We have to make clear that governments exist to serve the interests of citizens and not the other way around.
Open government is a new way to think about collaboration around governance.
To me, open government means the ability to be a part of the change that you want to see.
현장에서 일하거나 그런 사람들의 의견이랑 그 정책이랑 또 어긋나는 부분이 있을 수 있으니까
직접 선택한 결과니까 자신이 더 책임을 지지 않을까 싶습니다.
내가 얘기해가지고 좋아질 건 없겠지만은 그래도 하고 싶은 말을 하면은 속이라도 시원할 것 같아요.
서민들의 현장 그리고 실생활 일부분들은 대의를 반영하지 못하는 부분이 분명 있을 것 같아서 충분한 의견 수렴이 필요하다고 생각합니다.
바빠가지고 그거는
그런 방법은 아직 접근하는 방법 잘 모르겠습니다.
우리 일상 속에서 찾아볼 수 있는 거의 모든 공공행정 분야가 바로 시민참여 영역이라고 할 수 있습니다.
저희 홈페이지를 방문하셔서 새로운 제안을 하실 수도 있고,
일단 본인이 관심 있는 주제를 좀 조사하시면 관계가 있는 NGO들이 있어요. 그렇게 참여하는 방법이 있을 수 있고요. 또는 자기가 속해 있는 지역의 지자체에 관심 있는 법이라든지 예산이라든지 이런 데에 참여하시는 분들 굉장히 많습니다.
What will it take to solve the biggest challenges of our time? What will it take to include everyone's voice in how decisions are made? We need an idea that's bold and ambitious, with people at its heart. That idea is open government. An open government is transparent, inclusive, participatory, and accountable. So governments don't just serve themselves, they work with citizens both in and out of government to develop smarter policies and improved services that make things better for everyone. And we all get to see how decisions are made, ask questions, and hold power to account. People like you are using the Open Government Partnership to create and implement thousands of initiatives that are transforming societies around the world. Open budgets and contracts are ensuring that money isn't lost to corruption. Having a say in public services has let citizens shape the communities they live in. Equal access to the justice system and public information is open to everyone, especially the most vulnerable. The potential of technology is harnessed while safeguarding against digital threats. And our fundamental freedoms are strengthened, letting us voice our needs and concerns safely. OGP provides a platform for reformers to co-create solutions, monitor progress, and share knowledge with peers across the globe. But for this to work, we need more reformers in government to open new doors, allies outside government to help find ambitious solutions, and partners around the world to support these efforts. We need you. Join us in building a better, more open world.
포용적 디지털이란 말 사실 처음 듣는 말인데
공부를 할 수 있는 방법? 세상을 조금 더 편안하게 해주는 것?
남녀노소 10대부터 90대까지 편할 수 있는 시스템이
디지털 혁신이라고 하는 기술과 방법과 절차들이 활용되는 것이 디지털 혁신에 의한 민주주의라고 할 수 있고요. 여기에서 포용적이라는 것은 국민 누구도 한 명이라도 소외되지 않고 모두 다 민주주의에 참여할 수 있도록 만들어준다는 측면에서 포용적 디지털 혁신이라고 할 수 있겠습니다.
조금 더 자세한 설명이 있었으면 좋을 것 같아요.
사용이 어려운 이유가 사용 방법이 익숙치가 않아서이기 때문에
쉬운 언어로 표현하는 게 좀 좋은 방법일 것 같습니다.
어르신들도 접할 수 있게 교육이 좀 필요하다고 생각합니다.
디지털 활용에 어려움을 겪고 계시는 국민들이 많습니다. 그런 국민들을 위해서 저희는 전국의 디지털 배움터 1000개소를 운영하면서 필요하신 디지털 역량들을 교육해드리는 사업을 펼치고 있습니다.
보이는 것, 다 알 수 있는 것.
거짓이 없어야 되고
사실대로 말하는 것.
맑은 신현물같이 다 보여지는 것을 말합니다.
교육이 가장 공정하다고 생각하는 것 같습니다.
우리나라는 임금 문제는 공정합니다.
블라인드 채용이 확대되고 해서 고용 쪽에서도 예전에 비해서 많이 좀 투명해진 것 같습니다.
약간 새치기 안 하는 거 이런 거 해도 되나?
투명성은 명확하지 않은 것을 성공으로 바꿀 수 있습니다.
포장된 말을 하지 않고 원래 하고 싶은 말 하는 그런.
일부러 숨기는 게 없어야 하지 않을까요?
The ideal standard first is that a lot more information can be shared than people think they can be shared. I think the information that certainly should be shared is about government operations.
부패 방지 정책에 있어서 국민이 참여하고 협력할 수 있는 민간 협의회 등을 구축하고 운영하여 온 것이라 생각합니다.
시민들의 의식과 눈높이, 그리고 정부의 노력, 그리고 IT를 비롯한 기술의 발전이 크게 기여했다고 생각합니다.
좀 자유롭고 숨기는 게 없는 그런
국민들과 잘 소통할 수 있는 정부가 열린 정부라고 생각합니다.
열린 정부는 협력이다라고 생각합니다.
모든 국민들이 같이 할 수 있는
다 얘기해주는 거, 투명하게 공개하는 거.
국민이 정책에 참여할 수 있는 정부가 아닐까요?
정부가 우선 국민들의 불편함이나 의견을 어느 정도 수용할 수 있고 들어줄 수 있는 그런 정부가 아닐까 싶습니다.
The goal of OGP is to renew democracy, so democracy delivers better results to citizens.
The Open Government Partnership brings together governments and communities representing over 2 billion people from across the world to ensure that governments deliver for their citizens.
It is to make governments more open, accountable, and responsive to its citizens.
Globally, open government is changing, though at a low pace in terms of how governments make themselves accountable and transparent to their citizens.
Around the world, reformers from both inside and outside government are pushing for changes that make governing more open.
It's only together that we'll be able to build the kind of open government we want.
결국 세상은 사람이 이끌어가는데 이 모두가 다 연결되어 있잖아요. 그래서 OGP에서 함께하는 그러한 시스템을 만든 그런 열린 정부는 굉장히 중요한 것 같습니다.
전 세계적으로 투명한 행정에 대한 시민들의 요구가 확산되고 있습니다. 이런 환경에서 OGP의 역할이 중요할 것이라고 생각합니다.
기후변화라든지 디지털 전환과 같은 전 세계가 공통적으로 직면한 문제를 해결하기 위해서 OGP가 반드시 필요하다고 생각합니다.
국제 청년들과 함께 연대를 형성하고 국내뿐만 아니라 국제적으로 청년을 위한 어젠다를 수립하는 데 청년이 직접 목소리를 낼 수 있는 기회가 됐으면 합니다.
전 세계에서 많은 나라들이 우리나라의 열린 정부 정책을 벤치마킹하고 싶어하는 나라들이 참 많다는 것을 느끼고 있습니다. 자부심과 그리고 뿌듯함을 느끼면서 일하고 있습니다.
Korea has some great success stories in the anti-corruption, civic space and digital governance, and we want to hear them. So consider whose voices aren't being heard and get them involved because we want everyone around our table.
First, convene a strong global coalition for democracy to fight back against the rise of authoritarianism. The second role, which Government of Korea has already played, is it has issued a call to action for all OGP members to advance ambitious reforms to renew democracy through openness and citizen participation. First is an invitation for all Korean citizens to join the Global Summit. It's from December 15 to 17. The website is ogpsummit.org. Please register and join.
Hello everyone, I'm Alexey Sobolev, CEO of the state enterprise Prozoro.sail. It was a pleasure to read all about the nominees for the award and to fall in love with each of the projects. And I really do hope that one day after this pandemic ends, we could meet many of you in person. It's an honor to receive this award marking the 10th anniversary of Open Government Partnership Initiative. You may have asked yourself, what does Prozoro.sail mean? Well, Ukrainian word Prozoro translates as transparent, so we sell and lease public assets transparently and accessible to all. Since the revolution of dignity, the Ukrainian state has been constantly modernizing, but Ukraine is a country with low trust, not uncommon in today's world, and that makes all the changes that much harder. So how could we increase trust? And I think we found something. First, let me illustrate the impact that we create here. We do a lot, from selling huge factories for billions to renting out tiny premises in villages, but here's one story I like the most. So a couple of years ago, a small town in Dnipro region used our e-auction to sell rusty pipes of the old water supply system. The town earned an amount equal to 2 times its annual budget. With these funds, they built children's playgrounds. So to do this, a particular person, town head Sergei Vasilyevich, in a particular town had to start believing that the items that no one used for decades may benefit his community. But the real result is not in the sale. For the magic to happen, you need to find buyers who would trust the government, and they would do that only when they know that the price and the process are fair, when nothing is hidden and everybody sees everything. So that's what we do. We are standing on the shoulders of giants. Ukraine has been participating in OGP initiative since its inception, and 5 years ago our friends from Prozoro Public Procurement received the award as well. We are sure that this is not a coincidence but a trend, so watch out for the new Ukrainian initiatives in coming years. We'd like to thank everyone who supports the system and without whom this award could not happen. This is Ministry of Economic Development and Trade of Ukraine, Deposit Guarantee Fund, the President of Ukraine, all the members of Parliament and the ministries working with us, the National Bank, the State Property Fund, our partners in civil society across the whole country, international development organizations, and of course, our supervisory board and the hard-working Prozoro.sale team. You are the best.
Hi, I'm Kristina Zelinska from Transparency International Ukraine. Do you know what your government sells? Do you know what your city or town sells? What do they lease? Do you know who receives the mineral resource licenses and why? In Ukraine, in these areas, now everybody sees everything. A regular citizen or a civil activist has the same access to the information as the top government servant. Transparency International Ukraine, the Deposit Guarantee Fund, the Ministry of Economy and the National Bank of Ukraine once agreed on the need to build a transparent and efficient system for selling the assets of insolvent and liquidated banks. And now we open more markets for transparent public sales. Today, this award is a confirmation that we are moving in the right direction. The 10th anniversary award of the Open Government Partnership is a powerful international recognition and an indication that sales reform is on track and should extend to as many public areas and markets as possible. The victory of the Ukrainian system Prozoro.sale is the victory of our golden triangle: the government, the public and business at the same time. Going digital has become Ukraine's flagship topic and the state priority during the last years. Ukraine is one of the first countries in the world that fully legalized digital passports. It was a huge step to a paperless regime. We have a big ambition to make Ukraine a world champion in being digital, and such projects as DIA, Prozoro, Prozoro.sale, etc. are part of this transformation. Together with the entire Transparency International Ukraine team, we congratulate you for such an effective tool for those seeking to create positive change in their country.
Thank you, Kristina. Nowadays, trust is decreasing everywhere, but it looks like we know how to start fixing this. The fix is in complete transparency, equal rules, digital procedures, and cooperation between the business, the civil society, and the government. With this, corruption becomes unnecessary and inconvenient, while the state provides efficient digital services to everyone. And this would create markets and trust, just like Prozoro.sale does. Congratulations to all of the nominees and Slava Ukraini!
Lo primero que yo sentí cuando estaba iniciando la pandemia fue desesperanza. La comunidad en la que yo vivo, la pandemia creo que lo que más evidenció fue muchas necesidades, y todo eso confluyó a un momento en el que toda mi familia y yo nos enfermamos. Encontré información sobre los montos, como los montos de cada proyecto de inversión, a qué estaban destinados, información sobre los contratistas. Del total de los recursos del proyecto solo se había ejecutado como la mitad. Lo primero que sentí fue como un poco de dolor, como de que ahí está la plata y de pronto no se está ejecutando de la manera más rápida. Pues pasaron varios meses en los que no recibí una respuesta como sobre qué se estaba haciendo con ese aporte ciudadano. Sentir que de pronto sí que puedo tener algún efecto o alguna incidencia, ¿no? Como de poder llamar la atención sobre algo que está pasando. A mí me parece importante que los gobiernos escuchen y den este tipo de herramientas a los ciudadanos. Voy a seguir insistiendo como en el seguimiento pues a los proyectos también, porque siento que es un llamado como ciudadano.
I personally believe in the sanitary effect of sunlight. So when you're able to beam the searchlight, it becomes very difficult for corruption to continue to survive and weigh down our economy like has happened in the past.
For Nigeria, it was an environment shrouded in strict secrecy, and the information on who owns what was an exclusive preserve of very, very few. This is information that no one was willing to discuss.
There has been a lot of improvements since then. Naiti kept pushing and pushing. President Muhammad Buhari, while attending the anti-corruption summit in London, made a commitment, first of all, to the Open Governance Partnership, and Nigeria committed to sign and did sign by July of that year, and also made a commitment to establishing an open register of a beneficial ownership of companies operating in Nigeria.
The first step we took was to ensure that there was a deadline within which Nigeria would queue into the beneficial ownership disclosure. So we published a roadmap, and that roadmap was mainstreamed into our national and country work plans, and then widely shared in terms of ownership to the companies, to the government, to the civil society. And we began to work towards meeting that deadline. And by December 2019, we became the first country to establish a beneficial ownership portal.
What has happened since then, and for the better, is the reenactment of the Companies and Allied Matters Act 2020 CAMA. CAMA has made a provision that authorizes CAC now by law to establish and to collect beneficial ownership information from all companies operating in Nigeria and establish an open register so that citizens or anybody can visit the database and interrogate the data. We were able to pass the Petroleum Industry Act, the PIA, which in Section 7 of the PIA has made a very clear provision for the establishment of a beneficial ownership register for the extractive industry. So for Nigeria now, it's not just that we have to report beneficial ownership because we've made a commitment to the EIT and the OGP, but we now have to establish it because there's a law.
We began now to enlighten the media and the civil society and multi-stakeholders on addressing the fears and concerns they had about beneficial ownership disclosure, trying to create the kind of information that enables them to have a sense that this is a win-win for everyone.
It will help us to track, reduce, and arrest corrupt practices that are undertaken either by companies or beneficial owners of companies. It helps us to have information that the citizen can see who are actually the real owners behind the companies that run businesses in Nigeria. Once people realize that information about them will be in the public domain, it acts as a major deterrent.
The mining sector came up to say, oh, between January and May this year, our revenues grew by 151%. So that began to build confidence that beneficial ownership, after all, is a win-win for all. And Naiti began to strengthen this position. When BO is fully mainstreamed into our cultural governance, there will be public trust, there will be citizens' confidence, there will be revenue growth. And revenue growth will translate into access to funding to provide roads, water, electricity.
제가 지식을 가르쳐 줄 때 그저 글 속에만 존재하던 지식이 아이들에게 들어갔을 때 저는 아이들에게 환경 문제에 대해서 꾸준히 교육하는 것이 굉장히 중요하다고 생각하는데요. 아이들이 이러한 무거운 문제를 이해하지 못한다는 것은 굉장한 오해라고 생각합니다. 한국에서는 냉동식품에 대한 배송 문화가 매우 활발하게 발달되어 있는데요. 이렇게 배달되어 오는 과정에서 같이 오는 아이스팩 속에 있는 미세 플라스틱들이 지하수로 흘러들어가서 다시 우리가 마시게 됩니다. 저희가 제안한 정책이 실제로 만들어지게 하기 위해서 저희는 광화문 1번가에 정책을 제안했습니다.
현재 온라인 광화문 1번가는 구축 2년 10개월 만에 회원수가 53만 명에 이르는 등 범정부 국민참여 대표 플랫폼으로 자리매김하였습니다. 광화문 1번가가 온오프라인을 통해 다양한 계층과 연령, 특히 지금까지 아주 우수 사례라고 이렇게 평가받는 사례 중에 하나가 제주도에 있는 초등학교 3학년 학생들이 한 제안인데요. 아이스팩 재활용과 관련된 제안입니다.
그 노력들이 이어져서 대한민국 혁신 박람회에도 초청받아서 저희 아이들이 장관님과 인터뷰도 진행하고 또 아이들의 노력 끝에 정책으로 진행되었을 때 말할 수 없는 감동이 있었고
중요한 것은 국민들 정책이 제대로 이제 현장에서 이제 집행이 되고 그리고 국민들이 진짜 뭘 원하는 건지 국민의 작은 의견이라도 듣고 최대한 정책에 반영하는 게
Distinguished guests, 10 years ago, reformers in and out of the government launched the Open Government Partnership to make governments more transparent, participatory, inclusive, and accountable. Our 10th anniversary Global Summit brings our community together to redouble our efforts to renew our democracy. For more details regarding the Global Summit program, please visit www.ogpsummit.org. Distinguished guests, my name is Cho Chu-Yan, and welcome to the Inclusive Digital Innovation Plenary, Democracy's Greatest Threat and Opportunity, the Promise of Our Digital Future. Live interpretation is provided in English, French, Korean, and Spanish. Please select your preferred language at the top of the right on the stream. Thank you for joining us today for this important conversation. Digital platforms have come to offer unprecedented opportunities to better engage ordinary people in public life and strengthen access to public information and services. But the power and influence of these platforms has also grown, and safeguarding against the misuse of technology and threats to democracy has now become more pressing than ever. We will have a few different segments today, starting with the welcoming remarks from the government of the Republic of Korea as the hosts of the summit, 2 amazing lightning talks presentations, followed by 2 fascinating discussions on digital public goods and promoting digital safeguards through open government. We encourage you to please join us today and get involved in the conversation by posting questions in the comment box. You can also post on your social media and using the hashtag OGP Summit. To open the plenary, we will now hear the welcoming remarks from the Minister of Science and ICT of the Republic of Korea, Im Ye-suk.
Greetings to you all. I am Im Hye-suk, Minister of Science and ICT of the Republic of Korea. First of all, I would like to welcome all the participants attending the Inclusive Digital Innovation Plenary of the Open Government Partnership Global Summit 2021. The plenary offers an excellent opportunity for OGT members to share their policies for inclusive digital innovation and discuss future policy directions with civil societies. I am delighted to be part of such a meaningful event, even though we're meeting virtually. I would also like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the distinguished keynote speakers and esteemed panel members for their participation. Dear participants, the world is ushering in an era of digital transformation. Digital technologies are creating new business opportunities in various fields and continually increasing the scope and opportunities for a host of economic activities. This all combines to help provide better services to the public and improve the quality of our people. Meanwhile, the global spread of the COVID-19 pandemic has promoted more use of digital tools, accelerating the transformation to non-face-to-face lifestyles. However, these compressed changes are giving rise to new challenges of inequality and discrimination in harnessing and accessing digital technologies. There are mounting concerns that the negative impact of this rapid digital transformation could go beyond simple discomfort or inconvenience. It could intensify economic and social inequality as well as social and economic discrimination, imposing more hardship to digitally marginalized groups such as older generations and those with impairments. The deepening digital divide is not a phenomenon limited to a specific country. Rather, this is a global issue that goes beyond borders. The gap is even greater in low-income countries and impacts people more widely and broadly in such places. To close the digital gap between classes, income levels, and generations, the civil societies of the world, along with the governments, should explore ways to solve these issues and strengthen their ties with each other. Dear participants from home and abroad, the Korean government prepared pan-government strategies for digital inclusion in June 2020, aiming to ensure that everyone enjoys the benefits of digital tools without leaving any of the digitally vulnerable groups behind. Let me briefly introduce these inclusive digital strategies. The Korean government is adding more ICT infrastructure across Korea. It is expanding ultra-high-speed internet network to suburban areas and other remote places. It is also building 5G infrastructure and public Wi-Fi so that any citizen can easily connect to digital public goods regardless of their location or income. At the same time, to prevent people from being discriminated in terms of digital technology usage, we're setting up digital safeguards. The safeguards that our government is actively promoting include financial support to cover ICT communication usage fees for vulnerable people, digital capacity training for older generations, and the development and its dissemination of services tailored to people with disabilities. Through today's plenary, we'll brief you on Korea's inclusive digital strategy ideas and their implementation. We will also actively support and engage in international cooperation for bridging the digital gap. Dear participants, I hope that the OGP Global Summit 2021 plenary will serve as an opportunity to discuss the roles and tasks of governments and civil societies for inclusive digital innovation in the era of digital transformation, and to reinforce successful mutual cooperation between the two. As the chair country, the Korean government promises to lead in these efforts to establish OGP policies and work together with you for the expansion and development of OGP's roles in diverse fields. In closing, I wish all of you the best of health and happiness. Thank you.
Thank you for your kind words, Minister Im Hye-suk. And next, we'll have two exceptional lightning talks presentations to set the tone for our panels today. First, we'll hear from serial open government transformer Pia Andrews on creating trustworthy and participatory government in the age of long emergencies. Right after that, we will hear from civic hacker Son Sung-min, civic hacking as a form of digital activism in support of protecting public interests and rights. After the two lightning talks presentations, we will watch a video highlighting the winner of the OGP Impact Award from the Americas region, Hotline 311, which has enabled citizens in Panama to submit more than 1 million complaints via phone calls and mobile apps with over 90% resolution rates. So with that, Pia, you have the floor.
Thank you so much for having me, and I'm really delighted to be able to speak to you briefly today about creating trustworthy public sectors in the digital age. I'm going to first just speak briefly about the challenge that people are facing. As you all know, public trust and confidence is critical for governments to be effective. It's when our sector becomes considered untrustworthy that we're all at risk of the very serious implications of people simply not trusting, engaging with, or respecting as legitimate the information, services, policies, laws, or indeed the electoral outcomes that we administer. This has been most evident recently, obviously, with COVID, but also with the dramatic increase in misinformation, which is only going to get worse with deepfakes. At the same time, people are genuinely being challenged every day at the moment. People are struggling to identify what is true, what is fake, what is genuine, what is real. People from a very young age, we are all from a very young age now being gamed online, finding it harder and harder to determine what is has been tampered with or not. And finally, losing access to social justice and to accessibility because more and more computers just say no. Our systems are less explainable than ever, harder to decipher than ever, and just being able to get back to what was the legal authority of a decision is sometimes very hard with our business systems. So the key principle here that I would like to present to you all is a simple thing, just a shift from asking from trust to being trustworthy. There's a couple of key questions that are helpful to try to ask ourselves. How do we audit processes and decisions in real time? Because if you're not auditing in real time, you're not responding in real time. How would a citizen actually appeal a decision or appeal an action? How are your checks, balances, and oversights actually working and actually independent? How would you know whether someone is having or something is having a negative impact on the people, let alone a positive impact? And what does the public need from you to be considered trustworthy? This last question is clearly very specific to different cultures, to different nations, but it means actually co-creating that idea of what is needed from us to be trustworthy with the people that we serve. I am going to talk through briefly what I see to be the key pillars for trustworthy government specific to the 21st century, but the starting premise is actually a very old idea. The starting premise is in administrative law. Administrative law is no less relevant in a digital context, and yet so many of our systems should be appealable, should be able to be audited and accountable. The second principle is one of human centricity. We often hear about trying to make human-centric services and the use of service design to try to improve that. But human centricity is not just about designing services that are easy to use. It's about ensuring we use human measures to get humane outcomes. It's about engaging our public in designing, co-creating the human and humane futures that we're trying to shift towards. And it's about making sure that there is human participation, not just in our elections, but in our design and implementation and governance of policies and services and actions of government. Thirdly, to just design for machines as users. Every one of these faces is an automatically generated face. They look very real. If we don't build our systems, regulations, presuming that machines are going to be using them, then we run the risk of not having the right security settings, the right monitoring systems, and basically losing a race before we even start, because there is a very clear arms race between humans and machines. And if we don't have machines as part of what we're doing, then we're going to have an issue. Finally, and this is critical, a safe and ethically motivated workforce, one that is safe and has the time and capacity and empowerment to do the right thing every day. Otherwise, we put them under too much pressure to just do the most urgent thing or the most high priority thing. And sometimes that is not the best in terms of long-term trustworthy outcomes. An augmented workforce gets the best of humans and machines. And I think too often people are trying to automate workforces, but we need humans and machines as part of a effective and augmented public sector workforce, which then leads us to AI, of course. And I believe that the key requirements for trustworthy AI in government in particular are traceworthy, appealable, testable, to do no harm, and accountable. What does that mean? We need something to trace to. We need an accessible record to appeal. We need use cases and rules to test against, monitoring and measuring for harm in real time again, and we need someone to be accountable too. So I'll finish with just a couple of quick thoughts about open. Open that's not digital doesn't scale, and digital that's not open doesn't last. I've said this for many years. What this really comes down to is openness is your key tool in this kit. It's the best way to enable public trust. It's the best way to grow public confidence in us, in what we do, and also to actually make sure that we do the right thing at any point in time. So just a quick reminder, we invented this. We can reinvent this, and if we don't, who will? Everything that we have in place today was built by a person at some point, which means that people can recreate those systems. So in conclusion, I'd just like to encourage you all to consider trustworthy systems to be the establishment of the systems, infrastructure, processes, and culture that is worthy of people's trust and their participation. Thank you so much.
네, 안녕하세요. Code for Korea.
Good morning and good afternoon. I am Son Sung-min, working for Code for Korea. I'd like to explain to you what Code for Korea has been doing together with the National Human Rights Commission, and we created a safe identity or code for individuals to protect their privacy. So their personal information is not disclosed while we track for COVID-19. Therefore, we can protect privacy and personal information of individuals. As we're going through the COVID-19, there's tracing activities and the entry information has been introduced. And when you visit restaurants or other places, you need to enter your personal information. However, this has led to a lot of concerns because a lot of people's personal information has been utilized for commercial purposes. For instance, you may receive some emails or phone calls because your personal information was disclosed. So that was my concern as well. And recently, I felt like I was receiving a lot of spam emails and some messages that were unsolicited. And the National Commission on Human Rights opened up for a competition to come up with ideas to protect personal information. So many civic hackers, including myself, got together and we came up with 9 proposals and 9 ideas, and these were delivered to the National Commission on Human Rights. And of these 9 ideas, they decided to implement one of them, which is about using a temporary identification code for individuals. And we were also in charge of developing this program. Initially, the National Commission on Human Rights offered a contract price for our project, but we thought that we could do this free of charge because we thought that this was good for our society. So we utilized the messaging platform and the video conferencing platform. And at the Seoul Metropolitan Government, we had 2 rounds of meetings with the members of the National Commission on Human Rights so that we could provide them with more information about this project. And we discussed the specific timeline and the specifics of the project. And also we discussed ways to improve the initial proposal. Initially, our target was smartphone users. We thought that 010 would be only applicable for smartphone users. So that was what we thought in mind. But as we did some more research, we realized that there were other numbers such as 016 and 017. These are also used for smartphones as well. So we contacted telephone companies, and we got information about those who are using the other code numbers. So we decided to improve our system so that people with other phone numbers could use this. And because we have this constant communication with the National Commission on Human Rights, we were able to effectively implement this. And this is a very successful case of how the government agency and the civil society worked together. And because of this collaboration, we were able to develop this program in a successful manner. And I'm a student, but it's not just students, but also professional programmers and other members of society. We got together and we brainstormed and we came up with different ideas. And these were submitted and proposed to the government. So we were able to address some of the social issues through voluntary collaboration. Thank you very much.
Hola, me llamo Pedro Colmenares.
Hello, my name is Pedro Colmenares from the Cornell Community Think Tank. We are the civil society organization who co-created the idea of the 311 hotline, one of the projects in Panama's second Open Government National Action Plan. We are very happy that the idea has been accepted, that it has been connected and transformed by state institutions, that it works today, and that it is part of the citizen service processes. We thank the Open Government Partnership for the award, and we are very happy that many organizations around the world see this process and are inspired to participate in co-creating their Open Government National Action Plans. We are sure that this is a path that must be followed for better governance.
La idea
We believe that in the future, we can build on the idea of the 311 hotline with better services connected with other platforms installed and created as an interactive open source tool that connects with other government tools.
en esta herramienta, la verdad, es
We see a lot of future in this tool. The truth is that I think it is an excellent way to connect with citizens. The Citizen Attention Center 311 was created in 2010, a service center with Panamanian professionals dedicated to serving the country, to pay attention to each complaint and need that citizens have.
uno de los planes de acción
311 is also part of one of the action plans through which the national government committed to working with civil society to address all citizen complaints and cases. This year, in the presence of President Laurentino Cortizo, the fourth Open Government Action Plan was approved, in which one of the commitments continues to be the Citizen Service Center. This center has addressed more than 18 million requests received through different channels, including phone calls, social networks, and most recently, in-person meetings. 93% of all these cases have been solved and 7% are still under review. It is very important for us to know that from issues with the transit authority to identity cards, managing and operating cranes, and more, we've been able to address a variety of issues through this attention center. And during the pandemic, it has helped address issues such as the digital voucher, vaccination rollout, social welfare, among others. Our hope for the future of the Citizen Attention Center 311 is that it evolves using big data, artificial intelligence, so that all the data that is handled can be used to implement public policies and build the country that we want. Because while the 311 hotline is a project of the National Authority for Government Innovation, it is also a countrywide project, including the 3 branches of the states that serve citizens. It is very important that we understand that the design of the country we want needs to be based on the needs of citizens. We need to understand how we manage those needs. And above all else, we need to know where we are going to take them so that Panama becomes a better country every day, especially thinking about the quality of life for all citizens and innovating for you. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Pia, Seungmin, and of course, again, to the Hotline 311 team, congratulations from Panama over such extraordinary achievements. And now, to moderate the first of our 2 panels tonight, let me invite Aura Cifuentes, the leader of the Revenues and Alliances at AGATA, the data analytics agency of the city of Bogota, Colombia, who will moderate the conversation. She will be joined by an amazing lineup of speakers. Amélie de Montchalin, the Minister of Public Sector Transformation and the Civil Service of France. Tamar Peterkop, Secretary of State of Estonia. Fernando Straface, Secretary General and Secretary for Foreign Affairs of the City of Buenos Aires in Argentina, and also an OGP envoy. And Nanjira Sambuli, Fellow at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace and co-chair of the Transform Health Coalition. With that, Aura Cifuentes, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me. Welcome Amélie, Taimar, Fernando, and Nanjira to this panel. And welcome everybody to the Digital Public Goods panel of the Inclusive Digital Innovation Plenary at the OGP Global Summit 2021. My name is Aura Cifuentes and I will be your moderator. I am very honored to discuss with you about how new digital spaces and platforms for engagement have lowered the barriers to citizen participation in public decision-making. Digitization has accelerated in the past few years and even more so since the COVID-19 pandemic starts. Digital innovation is an integral part of the OGP platform in advancing open government reforms, championed by both governments and civil society leaders. In this panel, we are going to hear some concrete examples of how digital innovation has been used as public goods and learn how governments have been using digital spaces and digitally transforming themselves to work and collaborate with citizens. We will also reflect on what needs to be done to overcome the digital gap and ensure digital technologies become a collective public good that is accessible to all. To kick off the discussion, I am going to go to each of our speakers. Before that, I would like to ask that you keep your responses brief at 5 minutes or less. So now, Minister de Montchalin, let me come with you first. We know that the French government is a pioneer in introducing an international strategy on digital affairs, which highlights values such as openness, diversity, and trust in the digital sphere. You also launched your most recent OGP action plan today, so congratulations, by the way, on that. Mindful of both the opportunities and the risks involved with digital transformation, what is the French government doing concretely to build public trust and deepen citizen participation through digital tools?
Merci beaucoup de cette invitation et donc merci à tous ceux qui participent. Je suis donc à Paris et heureuse d'être avec vous.
I'd like to thank you for your participation as well. I am speaking
merci beaucoup et pardon
in
pour le
Paris.
petit décalage technique. La question que vous posez d'abord, elle
I had
s'inclut
some
vraiment
technical
dans
issues, so I
l'ambition
had
que
to stop,
porte le
but
président
now
de
it
la
is
République, Emmanuel
okay.
Macron, pour l'OGP, mais pour aussi le
President
numérique,
Macron of France has
des
strong
objectifs
commitment to
d'ouverture, de
OGP,
transparence, de
and he has
coopération, de
strong commitment
participation
to the
et
digital
aussi de
industry as well.
responsabilité.
So
Le
we
numérique, c'est
believe
à la fois une
that
opportunité, mais
transparency,
c'est aussi des risques.
accountability, and
Et nous
inclusion
devons
are very
être très
important values.
lucides
In
sur
terms of
ce que
digital
ça produit
technology,
de services
digital can
publics
offer
et
us
ce
a
que
lot
ça
of
produit de
opportunities,
besoins
but there are
aussi
many
de
risks
régulation.
involved.
Je voulais vous dire avant de
Therefore,
commencer
when we
et
say
de
these
répondre à votre
are
question,
public services,
que
they
la
need to be
France a bien
regulated to a
entendu
certain extent.
prévu de
So
continuer
before
à
I
soutenir
answer your question, I'd like to say that in
partenariat pour un
France,
gouvernement ouvert, puisque
we are
nous
going
allons
to
notamment
continue
avec
to
le
provide
programme
support
d'appui
for
au
OGP.
gouvernement ouvert francophone,
And in
soutenir avec 7 millions
particular,
d'euros
we're
dès
going to work hard
2022 à
to
nouveau la
promote
Tunisie, le Burkina
OGP
Faso,
or
la
open
Côte d'Ivoire, le
government
Sénégal,
in
le
the
Bénin et le
Francophone
Niger.
nations,
Et
including
c'est
$7
pour ce
million
gouvernement très important
of
pouvoir allier
investment, and we
notre
will continue
engagement
to
que je
work with
présenterai
Fiji
effectivement
and
aujourd'hui
Burkina
à
Faso
la
and other
CROI, une
French-speaking
institution
countries.
très ancrée aussi dans la société civile dans
And
quelques années maintenant, mais le faire aussi en
recently,
partenariat avec des pays francophones
and
ailleurs
very
sur la
soon,
planète.
we're going to
Alors,
introduce a new
au
Red
fond,
Cross
qu'est-ce que nous
initiative,
faisons concrètement?
and
Peut-être trois
we will
choses
continue
très
to work
rapidement.
with French-speaking
D'abord, nous
countries,
utilisons le
as I said
numérique
before.
pour
Let me
accroître
give
la
you some more
transparence et
details.
notre
First of all,
capacité à rendre
we are
compte
utilizing digital
de l'action
technology to boost
Nous avons
transparency in the
vu
public
beaucoup de questions
sector,
sur la
and
confiance
also we
pendant
use
cette
digital
crise
technology
sanitaire.
to
Beaucoup
disclose
de
public
citoyens se demandent
information.
ce que fait
We
le
talk
gouvernement.
about trust and
Et les
confidence a
questions qui
lot,
ont été
especially during the
notamment indiquées au
COVID-19
Panama.
pandemic.
Nous
People really
avons
want to understand what the
décidé
government is
très
doing, and
activement de pouvoir
they
lancer
really
ce qu'on
want to
appelle un
get access to
baromètre des
information,
résultats de
and that
l'action
is what the
publique.
citizens are
Et
demanding.
ça, c'est vraiment
Therefore,
important parce que ça permet dans chaque territoire, dans chaque
we
département, donc dans chaque
decided to create
county, comme on dit en
measurement
anglais,
indicators
d'avoir les
to
résultats des
assess
40
and
réformes
evaluate
prioritaires du
public
gouvernement
information,
là
so
où
that
vous êtes.
at each county and at the
Deuxième
local
point
government,
important évidemment pour nous,
these local
c'est
governments are
de
able
pouvoir
to evaluate their
travailler
performance in
également
terms of
à
the
la participation des citoyens.
priorities of the government. And secondly, we're promoting civic participation because this is key to democracy. It means that citizens should be able to participate in the decision-making process. And to do so, we developed a system to listen to the voices of French citizens. And now more than 3 million French people have voiced their opinions. And such feedback has been heard and was taken seriously. And about 75% of the participants have been satisfied with this type of digital service that allow their participation. And what we value the most is to create a fundamental change to public services. And we will continue to conduct the satisfaction survey so that citizens can be satisfied with what we offer. And thirdly, there are many organizations and citizen groups and companies and students, and we try to engage these diverse stakeholders in the public processes. So we are launching the Citizen Participation Reward Program, or an accelerator. This means that there are many citizen participation, and we are going to continue to promote that.
Thank you very much. My first experience actually in these open government issues was in France, so congratulations on that. I see progress, advancement, so very nice to hear that. Okay, so let me just switch to Tamar Peterkov, Secretary Peterkov. I know you have some experience here too. Estonia is renowned as among the earliest to build a strong digital government infrastructure and to successfully actually adapt the e-government model. So let me ask you, what are the different phases of digitization and e-government you have seen evolve in Estonia?
Thank you. First of all, I think it's important to understand where we started, that the main incentives for us to go digital was that in the 90s, after we regained our independence, we lacked resources. And for a very small country like Estonia, for the country to offer quality services to population, it was a real challenge. So both the private sector and public sector felt the need to go digital in order to offer quality services, and we couldn't sustain the physical network of physical services. So we had a shared interest, and this was a good incentive for the public and private sector to start together. So the infrastructure, so the next steps, what we did to build the infrastructure to advance digital literacy, we did together with the private sector. So public-private cooperation was very important because that built trust into the system, that this is not the government only, the big brother, etc., etc. The private sector came along. So the next step was to build the infrastructure. The main pillars of our digital society is the electronic identity and X-Road, which is basically a backbone of our digital society where all the information is exchanged. Electronic identity, again, it's the government. What the government did was it regulated it, it made it mandatory for everybody to have it, but the infrastructure behind that was owned by the private sector. So the main use of the Estonian ID card, which is a technology that is 20 years old, today is in the banks, not in the public sector, but all the government services are also built on that. Very important part, as I already mentioned, was digital literacy. We invested 25 years ago heavily on computerizing the country to educate the young ones, but also the older generation to be able to use the digital services. We had special programs for the older generation as well. And the public sector and private sector kept nudging the population to use the digital by closing down step-by-step physical services. So important steps were when the infrastructure was laid in the early 2000s was the electronic identity and X-Road was in the public sector. We opened the gateway to all the government services, eesti.ee. The government decided in the mid-2000s, 15 years ago, to go paperless, and I don't mean only the government sessions, but the entire bureaucracy went paperless. And I think one of the most important steps that we took is that the first digital or electronic voting in our elections, it's the first time it took place was in 2005. It was local elections, and 1.9% of the population used the digital version of the voting. This year we had local elections as well a few months ago, and 46.6% of the votes were casted over the internet. So the almost half of the population has accepted this most important form of functioning of our society when we elect our representatives and have gone digital. But there is like a positive competition between different government organizations to go digital, to use digital services, and one of the most visible signs is of course the declaration, how you declare your taxes. It's 99% of the population uses this, and it takes usually a few minutes to declare your taxes because everything is pre-filled, all the forms are pre-filled, the tax authority has information exchange with the banks, etc. So if there isn't any very complicated dealings you have in your financial life, then everything is pre-filled. You just check whether the information is correct. It takes a few minutes and your taxes are declared. And of course, we are always looking forward. It's getting more difficult and difficult considering how fast the technology is developing. But we are right now, the government office is working on a co-creation environment where the entire process, how the public sector make decisions starting from an idea, and when it's adopted in the parliament and publicly in the state gazette, the entire process is in one information system, digitalized. Everybody can see in which stage which idea is, who has been involved, etc. It creates a lot of transparency, etc. So that's the challenge that we are or the project that we are leading right now.
Thank you.
So thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Buttercup. Thank you very much. Very interesting insight. Actually, in Colombia, we have X-Roads, so it has been a very useful input for our all digital citizen services strategy. Well, okay. Well, next, I would like to bring up Fernando, who is joining us from Buenos Aires in order to have a more local vision about promoting public digital innovation. So, Fernando, the city of Buenos Aires has accomplished some notable results in promoting open data to full digital transformation. In responding to the COVID-19 crisis, you developed a rapid response strategy that leveraged open data and digital tools. What important lessons can you share with us from that experience? And what can other governments, especially at the local level, to do also to generate this impact with their digital governance strategy?
Thank you, Aura, and good morning, everybody. Good morning, colleagues all around the world. And I say good morning because it's 8 a.m. here in Buenos Aires, and that's why I'm presenting from my house. It's an honor to be part of this panel. Buenos Aires has, as you were mentioning, a long history of open government and a sustained commitment to this agenda. Actually, the law of access to information has been enforced for more than 20 years, and almost a decade ago, we opened our open data portal, Buenos Aires Data. In 2015, we were one of the 15 pioneer cities to join OGP, the program for cities. And we are actually implementing right now our third action plan, and we are very proud of that. But the past 2 years, we faced an enormous challenge and tested how internalized the principle of innovation, openness, and accountability were. The pandemic represented a context of global uncertainty that proved that good public governance matter more than ever. We had to learn from the collective knowledge built by a global community that brought together scientists, experts, universities, and local organizations, making evidence-based decision the base to good government, and learning from the mild trouble by other governments. It wasn't just a matter of applying a series of principles originally thought for normal times to an extreme exceptionality, but of demonstrating that the open government approach is fundamental for good government in every context. In a way, we like to say that it was a proof of resilience of the principles of open government in such extraordinary times. And I'm going to mention three examples on how we honor that approach. The first one is related to the use of evidence and information for decision making. One of the main lines of action in our government during the pandemic was opening data to provide critical information in real time to inform society. In mid-2020, we published COVID-19 data, a portal, buenosaires.gov.r/COVID, where we open and visualize all the information on our response to the pandemic, number of confirmed cases, tests, operation of the febrile emergency units, and the entire vaccination plan. Keep in mind that this was the same information that we use in government to make decisions. So it was open to all public, and citizens can see and understand the data that guided our policy. How much interest can a COVID open platform generate? In the past 2 years, we received more than 2 million visits in the website in a city where around 6 million people live and work. At the same time, the site became a key input used daily by the media to report on the pandemic evolution in the city of Buenos Aires. The second example that I'd like to mention is Boti, the city's chat box, which works through WhatsApp. We were the first city in the world to engage in a partnership with WhatsApp in order to use that platform to inform just in time and very valuable information to citizens and to engage in public transactions to citizens. It was transformed to WhatsApp to provide new services and became the ultimate tool for communication with citizens. And Buenos Aires, in these ways, was key to managing the assignment of tests and vaccinations appointments, making preliminary diagnosis, and controlling symptoms of COVID-19 through audio messages. Also to share the same data and evidence as to COVID platform. This year, only during the 3 months that the second wave in Buenos Aires lasted, Boti answered 1.5 million inquiries. This experience shows us that the best ways is to approach citizens through their usual channels and tools. It is not about constantly developing new and complicated systems for reinventing the wheel and going to great lengths to attract people to them, but about consolidating a multi-channel digital strategy and creating tools with a focus on what the citizens' user experience will be like. And the third example, if you allow me, Aura, with the time to explain very briefly, is how we are applying the principles of open government to the great challenge of climate change. In Buenos Aires, we are the first city in the world to open our climate change action plan to cut emissions in half by 2030 and a carbon neutral city by 2050. And we open data in clean energy, waste management, and sustainable mobility. We develop a platform that is totally oriented to citizens. We work with OGP, especially in applying the open government approach to the whole climate response. And in
Fernando,
fact,
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I have to switch to Nigeria because we have less than 5 minutes, sorry.
Okay, I will only mention that we have a dialogue with Scotland to lead the group in climate change in OGP. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fernando, and very clear the 3 points you share with us. So last but not least, let me say hi to Nanjira. Nanjira, you have worked in many roles across different organizations in Kenya, across Africa, and globally. A particular emphasis on your work within the digital governance space has been to enhance inclusion, transparency, and accountability of government policies and actions. What do you think are some of the key actions that government and civil society alike need to prioritize in order to enhance inclusion, transparency, and accountability using digital tools, and why?
Thank you, Aura. Because of time, let me focus on what I think is the action governments should take to meet civil society halfway. And that is just to listen to the perspectives coming from civil society who are engaged in the communities that are being served on the challenges and opportunities around making digital technologies inclusive, transparent, and in service to the communities. Now, the work of civil society is vast: organizing, research, documentation, early warning, and impact monitoring. And we could benefit a lot more in activities like open government by listening to civil society and bringing them into the conversations more meaningfully. Here, I think, for example, we need to see governments embracing the concept of multi-stakeholderism in a more meaningful way. And by that, I mean engaging more in existing fora like these by including more civil society perspectives, and even in policy-making processes, not just when there's a crisis or after the fact, but every step of the way. And rather than reinventing new wheels, as Fernando was speaking to, we have a lot we can work with. And for governments, the question is, are you ready to make room for civil society to bring these perspectives and to better strengthen what you're already planning, rather than having them consulted at the tail end? Lastly, I think that if we renew political and financial support for civil society, they will match up to the responsibilities that the sector is already taking on and the increasing demands for them to keep abreast on all the challenges and opportunities and risks of introducing digitalization across our communities. With these ways, we can actually implement a lot more of what we see as recommendations out there. And I think with the right political will in fora like these, we can advance the needle and ensure that digitalization is inclusive, transparent, and accountable. Thank you, Aura.
Thank you very much, Nanjira. So let's move on to the question and answer section, if you are okay with that. This is a general question for all four panelists, and is the following one. So we've heard several concrete examples of how national and local governments are using digital technologies to advance open government and collaborate with citizens and civil society. What are we missing? What should the open government community prioritize looking ahead? It is something that you didn't mention that you want to add regarding your intervention. So some advices that maybe you want to share with the audience. Maybe we can begin with you, Amélie. Yeah, perfect.
Moi, j'ai peut-être deux choses à ajouter.
Thank you very much. I'd like to add two more points. First of all, it is about open data, and you need to have a vision for open data. I believe this is the starting point, and based on your vision for open data, you can organize and design your actions. At the EU, France is one of the first countries to promote open data in Europe. And thanks to open data, we were able to engage the civil society more effectively, and we were able to promote transparency. So open data was a big driving force. And the second point that I want to make is that in France right now, we are implementing the incubator. I mentioned about the accelerator, which is about accelerating civil society participation. This accelerator program has been quite effective. So we're not competing for attention, and we're not trying to absorb civil society in the public sector, but rather this accelerator program is about facilitating idea proposals from civil society. So what we have in mind is to create a group of 15 citizen representatives recommended by civil society, and they will form a panel of judges and evaluators. And together with this panel of citizen representatives, we can come up with innovative ideas. For instance, in Silicon Valley, a lot of innovative ideas come from garages. It may not be exactly the same, but In France, what we are trying to do is that we want to share public goods with members of society so that public goods can be distributed in a fair manner. And we want to work with civil society for environment issues and gender equality and other social issues. So there are many pending social issues. And regarding these issues, the government should not think of this as a competition against civil society or absorbing civil society, but rather co-creation. This is something that we need to promote. So we continue to get feedback from civil society and we're learning a lot from them.
Excellent, thank you very much. Secretary Petrika, go ahead.
The foundation of this co-creation or cooperation, doing things together, is trust, and keeping and building the trust is a challenge that is constantly changing. The technology evolves, the environment around us evolves, the pandemic that we are facing has put a lot of strain on us. So I think we have to pay attention and look ahead, is what we can do and learn from each other, what we can do to build the trust, to the trust that is already there, so it would be there still, and to increase the trust. So I think that's an important challenge that we should be focused on.
Thank you very much. Fernando?
Just one idea, which is that the government mentality has really to turn to the very philosophical idea that knowledge is better distributed in society than rather inside the government. So you open your government not only as a way to be accountable to society, but also and especially as a very intelligent strategy to go to society to find better results for your government and therefore for your legitimacy as a system.
Yeah, very interesting, Fernando. And Nanjira, do you want to add something? Go ahead.
I'd just emphasize or underline that an emerging theme from listening to all the government experiences is indeed culture and political will. So often we miss it. It's not a technical thing. You know, we can't just write a roadmap for it or a strategy. It's that continuous action that will get us there. Otherwise, I think we have a lot of what it takes to get this right.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so we are running out of time, and as we discussed, digital innovation is an integral part of the OGP platform in advancing open government reforms. This panel showcased some successes and challenges in ensuring that the benefits of digital governance reach all citizens. I really hope you find it useful and enriching. To the people connected and who are watching us on YouTube, thank you very much for joining us. To the panelists, thank you so much for being so generous and sharing your knowledge with us. And to the organizers, thank you for all the logistics and for having invited us. Enjoy the closing ceremony, and I now return to the MC. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Aura, and also all of our speakers on the panel, and thank you for keeping a perfect timing. And now I would like to invite Anya Calderon to moderate our second panel. Anya is the Managing Director of Data and Society, an independent nonprofit research institute that works to illuminate how data-centric technologies and automation affect the world around us. And she will be joined by yet another amazing lineup of speakers. Mona Fortier, the President of the Treasury Board of Canada Secretariat. Nigad Dud, the Executive Director of the Digital Rights Foundation and member of the Facebook Independent Oversight Board. And Nick Pickles, the Senior Director of Global Public Policy Strategy, Development and Partnerships at Twitter. With this, I turn the floor over to Anya.
Thank you, Yu-Young. And welcome to the second panel discussion of the Inclusive Digital Innovation Plenary of the OGP Global Summit 2021, focusing on promoting digital safeguards through open government. My name is Anya Calderon, and I am thrilled to be your moderator for our last panel before the closing ceremony. And I was informed that that means we need to stick to time. So let's jump straight to it. While in the previous panel, we've heard how digital innovation has been an effective tool in advancing open government reforms, the narratives about the role that technology plays in society are in many ways disconnected from the realities. The hype around AI and other complex tools, for example, often privilege the idea that predictive capabilities of automated systems, increasingly used across everyday life, are a net good for society, and that data are neutral reflection of reality. At Data and Society, our view is that technology reflects societal choices, that data is intentionally constructed, and that without attention to social and political complexity, we will replicate, exacerbate, and accelerate inequality. More and more automated data-centric technologies are shaping key state functions, from criminal justice to education, to welfare, labor, and housing, and even the basic functions of democracy, such as elections. And we are starting to see the issues that emerge when states over-index on efficiency and digitization without navigating power differentials and existing inequities in society. How do we recognize these? Harms often come in the form of surveillance and invasion of privacy, to automated bias and emergent forms of data-driven marginalization. So how do we elevate the benefits and protect against the harms? My colleagues at Data and Society are studying the effects of the growing presence of what we call the datafied state. The state is both user and regulator of surveillance, automated, and algorithmic technologies, and how this raises significant questions about the relationship between citizens, state and non-state actors, and the nature of political systems when democratic practice is mediated through opaque and poorly understood technologies. In this panel, we will touch on how OGP reformers are responding to these threats and what the community can do to ensure that the digital space becomes a safe space for democracy to flourish. I will be asking each of our speakers a round of questions and then invite them into dialogue before taking questions from our audience. In order to get to the dynamic part of the conversation, I'd like to ask our speakers to please keep to brief 3-minute responses. First, I'd like to say hello to Minister Fortier. Good morning, Minister. Canada has been recognized as a global leader on digital government. Just a few months ago, the Canadian government released a digital strategy that emphasizes 3 key values: secure, reliable, and easy to access. Can you tell us more about what the Canadian government is doing across the different sectors of public services to ensure that digital government is secure, reliable, and easy to access? And what are some policy safeguards that you're putting into place to account for the harmful impacts of these technologies?
Well, thank you, Anya, for your question. And it's wonderful to be here with you virtually today at the 7th OGP Global Summit from my living room, as Omicron has come to Canada and we are working from home again. And I also want to start by thanking the Republic of Korea and Maria Baron for hosting this summit and for their leadership as chair of the OGP over the past year. And also thank them for their bold call to action, encouraging all of us in the OGP community to commit to further advancing our work in the areas of anti-corruption, civic space, and participation, and also inclusive digital innovation. And this is the perfect place and the right time to have this important conversation on how we can revolutionize our governments through digital tools and approaches, and in doing so, how we will build public trust, deepen citizen participation, and open our governments in ways we never have before. The nature and speed of digital transformation presents governments with incredible challenges, but also with great opportunities. And our strategy seems simple. Digital government should deliver services Canadians want, when and where they need it, while at the same time protecting their security rights and freedoms. But when you unpack this, you can see the complexity of it all. It must be secure, so people can be confident their personal information will be protected. It must be reliable so that services are available when people need them, that they are effective and are accurate. And it must be easy to use and accessible so that everyone, regardless of background or circumstance, can make use of our services anytime, anywhere, and from any device. And what Canada is doing to ensure digital government is secure, reliable, and easy to access, well, this is about trust. Citizens will have greater trust in us as governments if we design services that are tried, tested, and approved by users. And all government services and programs must consider key requirements from the outset, and considerations like open data, security, privacy, or accessibility can no longer be afterthoughts. They must be intentionally built in by design from the beginning. And we have digital standards to guide those who are developing services, prompting them to iterate and improve frequently, to work in the open by default, to use open standards and solutions, and make sure they design ethical services. And further, in an effort to become the most accessible and inclusive public service in the world, we introduced Nothing Without Us, an accessibility strategy for the public service of Canada, which, among other things, seeks to make technology accessible to all, particularly for persons with disabilities. Now, how does all this relate to the goals of the OGP, Open Government Partnership? Well, Canada, like the other OGP members, endorses the Open Government Declaration. This declaration says that we must work to empower citizens and harness new technologies to make government more effective and more accountable. And it also says that we must embrace the principles of open government to achieve greater prosperity, well-being, and human dignity. These are powerful words, and the OGP reminds us this ethical human dimension of digital and provides a platform to commit to this and be accountable. And in our fourth National Action Plan on Open Government, we committed to improving transparency and awareness of public services supported by artificial intelligence. And we did this by developing an algorithmic impact assessment tool to help institutions better understand and mitigate the risks associated with automated decision-making systems. And we also created a public dashboard to track the performance of all major government services to citizens. Now we are transforming how we work to make government data open by design in a way that respects privacy and security, underlying all this work in a recognition that digital government and open government go hand in hand, not one after the other. In progressing as digital government, we will hold fast to the open government principles of transparency, accountability, integrity, and participation. And these principles are critical precautions for digital transformation. And the path that maintains people's trust in the institutions of our digital government is an open path, where information is disclosed, where we hold ourselves accountable for our actions, and where we demonstrate humility in seeking the participation of our people throughout the governing process and as we craft solutions. And we are bound to experience bumps along the way, and we can and should warn each other of possible pitfalls and develop the right policy safeguards and accountability measures. And to conclude, but I think we should have even bigger ambitions. I'm hoping that through this partnership, through sharing bold and brave acts of transformation and reforms and initiatives that put citizens at the center, we can reinvent what government can do. And I think we shouldn't settle for anything less than that. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. You mentioned a very promising approach around algorithmic impact assessments that done in a way that centers public interest has great opportunity to really show and lead how we can govern these technologies well. And the ways in which states choose to use those systems themselves will shape trust and doubt in democratic institutions in the future. So we are very hopeful to follow and learn from what is happening in Canada. Next, I'd like to turn to Nigat Dud. Nigat, welcome. Much of your work has been focused not only on advancing internet freedom and digital rights, but also on ensuring that the digital space becomes a safe space for non-dominant groups, especially for women and human rights defenders. What are some critical pieces of policy and legal infrastructures that countries need to put in place for these technologies to be most directly accountable to those that are subject to them?
Thank you so much for having me, and thanks for asking a very important question. I think for all of us, it's very important to understand that online spaces and safety of online spaces is not experienced uniformly. In fact, one's gender, disability, race, and other factors often determine whether one can access these spaces and then the level of violence one faces here. So in my work with women and young girls, one's gender in these spaces is a major factor in the experience of digital spaces. For instance, women journalists are much more likely to experience online violence and abuse than their male counterparts. Furthermore, women are targeted online with sexist abuse and gender disinformation in order to discredit their work and hurt their reputation, which results in silencing their voices. Internet freedoms are most felt by people from marginalized groups, and it is only fair that their experiences should be centered when making policies and laws regarding online rights and regulations. However, what we have witnessed over the years that governments and companies have been slow to cater to their needs, focusing instead of policies ensuring more control over the internet than greater autonomy and rights to their users. And when it comes to privacy rights, for instance, data breaches and violations often disproportionately impact women, minority groups, dissenting voices, marginalized groups, as their information can be used to cause harm, curb their freedom of expression and liberty. The role of governments and social media companies in perpetuating these harms in online spaces cannot be overstated. And I'm saying this because I have been doing this work in Pakistan for the last 1 decade. And this problem at hand are not simple, rather deal with issues at the intersection of technologies, human rights, regulatory challenges, and socio-political context. Often problems cannot be solved at the country level and require larger intervention. In several countries, civil society has raised concerns with concentrating powers with nation states who have no interest in upholding online freedoms. So it's really important to guard against policies that give governments more powers or too much power. Accountability and transparency from social media companies, especially to global south countries who often do not have a seat at table. The current level of transparency from companies woefully inadequate, whether it comes to content moderation decisions, privacy safeguards, and use of automation algorithms. So better rules and resources around content moderation that takes into account differences in language and context, and that's something that we have been pushing all companies that they need to keep in mind the global south and all these context related issues. Over-reliance on AI that doesn't take into account the specific needs of particular context and lack of human moderators has led to systemic issues of false negatives and positives in terms of content moderation. So the issue becomes even more pressing for global south countries. Policies need to be developed through consultations and participation from civil society, especially those on ground, familiar with issues coming up and the impact of different policies and different societies. I know Nick Pickles is here, and we are also part of Trust and Safety Council of Twitter as well. But it's very important that, and there is a participatory approach of social media companies taking into account our concerns as well, but how those concerns translate into actions, I think it's a real question. So global level policies need to be tailored to take into account the specific specificity of these contests. A more participatory approach will ensure more ownership over policies and a better chance that blind spots in global policies are attended to adequately.
Thank you, Nigat. You are mentioning something really critical here, which is, these systems, while they have benefits for society, they are also hurting people. And they're disproportionately hurting people who have been historically excluded or marginalized. That means they are having immediate consequences for real people as we speak. And the pressure to act is real. These challenges are urgent and can't be solved, as you said, at the country level. So it's why platforms like OGP become so crucial in gathering that collective action at the global level. So now I want to turn to Nick Pickles. Last but not least, Nick. Tech platforms face a lot of criticism these days for lack of action on content governance, promoting divisive algorithmic amplification, and for not investing enough in building adequate guardrails that prevent how users experience these platforms, leading to harms on the ground. There are many reasons why floating out there. It's the business models of the platforms, the processes of these platforms, or just too few and too powerful gatekeepers. What would you say are some of the biggest challenges platforms face to address the fact that they are not neutral through their own code of conduct? And what more should companies themselves be doing? Where do you think governments could step up? And what can citizens in the broadest sense of the world be doing differently?
Thank you, Anya, and good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending where you are. Thank you very much for the opportunity to join today and to the Korean government for hosting this important conversation. These questions that you're posing are being asked around the world, and the proposals and the solutions being discussed have consequences far beyond any one company. And so I think as a foundational part of how I think about this, I really see kind of the open internet, and open in every sense, as a foundation of open society. And I think the questions of how we balance the risks and the harms that you just set out with protecting that open internet are some of the most pressing policy challenges that we face today. And so I'm really grateful for the opportunity to discuss this with such a wonderful panel. And hopefully we can all be together soon to have this conversation in person. I think the big question around the open internet is really kind of, as you say, and to pick up from a comment earlier, trust is key. And I think one of the biggest challenges right now is that we have a problem where, whether it's government, whether it's industry, whether it's parts of society, all have a problem with trust. And for these policy conversations that we're discussing and the actions we take to be effective, a critical part of how we think about this has to be rebuilding trust. And so one of the areas that I think, is talking through some of the challenges we're discussing, is the solutions shouldn't just be about making sure that companies take more decisions, or that governments force companies to be stricter. I think at the heart of all of this is, how do we actually meaningfully empower the people who are using these services, the people who are online? And a starting point for that is we need to make sure that people can be online. And as Nagat said, the ways in which that people's access to the internet is curtailed and restricted, whether that's through government blocking and throttling, whether it's through being silenced through harassment, or whether it's through not being able to afford the financial cost of data access. All of those issues are foundational to address to make sure that the open internet is truly open to everyone. So earlier this year, Twitter published a paper which sought to set out how we feel policymakers can strike the balance between addressing the harms, and there are a range of different harms that the internet leads to, and also protect the open internet and strike that balance. And so the 5 principles, which I'll set out, and I'm sure we'll have time to discuss, but as we've already heard, the open internet has to be available to all, and it should be built on open standards. The open internet being a section of proprietary silos and walled gardens doesn't serve the interests of the people who are using it. Secondly, trust is essential, and we can build trust through things like procedural fairness, privacy protection, and transparency. Thirdly, as we touched on already, recommendation systems should be subject to human choice and control. It's one thing having a regulatory response, but how do we give the people using services choice and control over these systems? Fourthly, competition and innovation are foundations of the open internet. A less competitive internet is a less open internet. And we need to make sure that we're protecting the internet for the next generation of innovators and the next generation of citizens, not just the companies who are perhaps in the headlines today. And then finally, and a big part of this is how to recognize the challenges of content moderation, is that when making these decisions, we shouldn't be just looking in a binary of leave content up or take content down, and that there are a range of different interventions you can take that can address harm while also preserving the free expression and the openness at the heart of these conversations. And particularly for policymakers, when we are talking about content moderation and content removal, having laws that are based on clear definitions to make sure that when governments are setting standards and governments are making decisions about content, that people know it's governments or companies. And I think one of the challenges right now is that the responsibility for decisions is sometimes blurred in terms of which actor is making the decision. So those 5 principles, in our view, speak to the challenges that we face with the internet and how to protect the open internet. And by protecting the open internet, you build a platform for open government to thrive, but also open society to be engaged in every aspect of digital life. So I'm happy to wrap remarks there and move to questions, because they're always more interesting than listening to me ramble on. But thank you so much.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you, Nick, for your intervention and for moving us to solutions. You're also reminding us for open to truly be open to everyone. We also need to think that benefits are not equally distributed and not just about protecting against harms. So I want to open the floor to a conversation in the spirit of the solutions headspace that Nick has introduced. We know more tech is not a solution to the problems of tech. A new report commissioned by European Digital Rights titled Beyond Debiasing outlines the limits of technical debiasing measures as a solution to structural discrimination and inequality resulting from AI systems, for example. In fact, they claim they risk creating a bigger problem for democracy. Now, thanks to human rights advocates and organizations like OGP, we are moving away from that approach and are starting to see emerging frameworks for accountability that often center a call for participatory or community-driven practices. They range from principles of design justice and design refusal to the development of data trusts and algorithmic auditing, or as the minister candidate mentioned, impact assessments. But the danger of accountability theater here is significant. Public input and participation in an accountability process is not synonymous with accountability to the public. Interestingly, nearly all digital governance commitments in OGP action plans are closely linked to transparency, with half including participatory elements, whereas almost none involve public accountability. So I'd like to ask our panelists today, what forms of public involvement are capable of increasing accountability in digital governments? And what implications does this have for citizenship in the context of democratic practice? And this is open to anyone that'd like to take it on the question first.
I can respond from my experience, living in Pakistan and have been, giving our input towards different regulations or policies that have been introduced by the Pakistani government over the years. What we see now is that although they're like consultations by the government, they invite people to these, different policy making decisions where they make decisions around, different regulatory approaches that they are taking. But I feel that, the true spirit of participation or multi-stakeholderism is that when you invite people on the table and you are listening to them, you are also taking into account their concerns. So just, not ticking the box that you are inviting civil society or different stakeholders, but you are actually listening to them and integrating and embedding their, input into the regulatory frameworks that you are devising at the moment. So that's first thing that, it should be in true spirit when the consultative process takes place, not just applies on the government, but also companies as well. What we have seen over the years, that companies also, do consultative processes around their different products, or, the features that they introduce, or their community guidelines, but then they listen to the civil society. It's not something that, they don't know, but how much they take into account when they are actually designing those products, when they are training those AIs, So I think this is something that, we have seen that most of the time, the people in the powerful positions tick the box, but really do not our input translate into, into the action. So that's what I really wanted to raise here.
Thank you very much, Nigat. Nick, maybe I'll pass it on to you to hear more about what meaningful participation inside of companies looks like.
And I think the key question here, as you said, is accountability. And one of the questions I think when we're discussing AI and machine learning and algorithms is, how do we give people, and how do you make those systems accountable to the people using them? I think there's a couple of different ways you can do that. One of them was with an image cropping tool that we were using, where people using it felt that the system may have been biased, may have been producing results that weren't fair. We went one step further and actually said, because this is a public system and Twitter's a public platform, people can actually test and replicate how this algorithm works themselves. And so we actually went to DEF CON, the security conference, and said, here's the tool, please test it, see how you can make it behave, help us find the vulnerabilities in that algorithm. And at the end of that process, I think the most important part is we looked at the algorithm itself and said, do we need this? Does the use of AI machine learning in this context actually improve the experience that people have? And our decision was, no, it doesn't. So we should remove that, and we should give people the control to decide how images appear themselves. So I think one of the big questions here, and I think one of the tensions that I certainly see in policy, that one of the challenges here is the expectation of this technology runs probably far ahead of the reality of how this works. And so I think that question of user empowerment is still really important here. And another example of something that we did in 2018 was we decided that people should be able to choose between an algorithmically ranked home timeline or a reverse chronological timeline with no algorithmic ranking. And I think that choice and putting that into a product is far more meaningful when it comes to transparency than publishing code, is that people using Twitter can actually make a choice and see for themselves the difference in the experience. So actually, from our point of view going forward, algorithmic transparency is important, but algorithmic choice and control is the thing that will actually meaningfully build trust in systems and also put the power and the decision-making in the hands of the people using these tools, not the potentially the corporate owner or the corporate owner with a policy mandate.
Thank you, Nick, for that. And I agree often because we are able to do, or because these technologies exist, it's often the easy solution. And I think it's very important to think critically about when it is and when it is not. Not because we are able to do it, does it mean that we have to. I'd like us to move to, yes, please jump in, Minister.
Canada's we are focusing on being a more inclusive society and keeping, of course, Canadians engaged. And I think that the principles of open government, we talk about transparency, accountability, integrity, participations, it need to be built into how the use of technology is governed from the start to foster greater acceptance, oversight, collaboration, and trust. And to create a more inclusive society, which is our objective, we need to think about those who use the service and design it with them. We can't make decisions for them on how they will use the technology and on whether this technology is actually accessible and useful. So collaborating widely, build in accessibility from the start, and design with users is something we need to do. I just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I fully agree. The methods for developing representative governance frameworks do need to take into account the experience of being subject to algorithmic systems, especially lived experience. And I would also add often a democratic capacity to dissent. So thinking about what you mentioned, Minister, in the ultimate goal for these technologies, you're looking a value that a principle that's guiding the use of these technologies is building more inclusive societies. I think ultimately we want to get to a point where we are seeing more creative. We're getting more creative about governments. For this, we need to understand the impacts of these systems and how they range across social context. But we also need to be real about current limitations in knowing how to govern these systems. And we need to come up with new approaches to accountability. What would the panelists say that you see are both opportunities for governing these technologies to serve more equitable societies, and what limitations are there with the current accountability tools that we have at our disposal? Nigat, can I turn it back to you for last round?
Yeah, so Anya, I believe that again, I would say that I'm speaking from the context of living in a global south. I feel that more global north approach is towards regulatory frameworks, and that's the current trend and pattern that we are seeing mostly in Europe and in other parts of the world, especially developed democracies. And I'm sure that works for the countries where rule of law is strong, but that doesn't work for countries where regimes are oppressive, right? And they copy paste the same regulatory frameworks in other countries and then use it against and weaponize against the descendants or marginalized groups. So I think it's very important to go for the multi sectoral approach, which is, yes, regulations are important, but how we are developing those regulations. We also need to look into the self-regulatory mechanism. So I decided to become part of Facebook Independent Oversight Board because I thought that I'll have a voice at the table and, will make decisions which will, content moderation decision, which will impact not just one part of the world, but, people across the globe. And at the same time, pushing companies, as Nick said, that accountability and oversight is something that's really, really important. Yes, regulations work, but it's also very important to see how these companies are actually trying to function in regimes where governments are bringing more regulations and where there is a real fear of being arrested or their security challenges. That's what we are seeing, in South Asia especially. So I think we really need to look at the diverse approaches and see what works for different contexts.
Thank you, Nigat. The social context is often eluded, and a good reminder to think about the reason why these technologies are socio-technical technologies, and it's a challenge that should be addressed in that way. A common theme here has been accountability. So Nick, going back to this idea of achieving accountability, what does real redress avenues look like for those harmed when it gets to that point?
It's a great question, and it's a big challenge. And I think as a starting point, and just to build on what Nigat was saying, I think one of the challenges right now is the threats to the open internet aren't just coming from sort of autocracies. And actually there's a range of countries on the democratic spectrum who are adopting policies. And so I think actually one of the starting points, and I'll take the liberty of being at the Open Government Partnership, is accountability between governments is really important here. As Nigat said, regulation that's passed in one country is copied, it echoes in others. And we need governments to hold one another to account where those regulations are being used to stifle journalism, to stifle political activism, to stifle human rights. And that's something that actually as a company is very difficult to do. And so at a starting point, government to government accountability is very important, and the work of institutions like the Freedom Online Coalition is a critical part of this. Then you have the question of how do you increase the power and increase the agency of people using online services with regard to the services they're using. And I think firstly, the critical thing is it's important they have choice between services. If you live in a country where the internet is really one or two companies, then actually you don't have a lot of choice. And because you don't have a lot of choice, the competition in that market suffers, which means that there's less pressure for those companies to address the issues in those markets. And so we need to make sure that people have choice between services, which means protecting things like net neutrality. And then with respect to individual services, you need to make sure that things like appeals are in place. So if you make a decision, you're transparent that you made a decision, why you made that decision, and how to appeal it. And I think in the 7.5 years that I've been at Twitter, when I joined, we didn't have any formal way of appealing a decision, and our transparency around why we made decisions was very limited. We've made significant progress over that time. There's a lot more work to do. And I think certainly the transparency around whether a decision is being made by a system or by a person is important transparency we need to think about. Particularly, actually, and I think this kind of speaks to the bigger challenge, as the scale of the internet grows, and I don't just mean sort of Twitter growing, but the whole consumer internet, the challenge will become probably less about removing content and more about measuring how people see content that's been amplified by algorithms and ranked by algorithms. And as you make that shift, again, this is why the control over those algorithmic systems becomes very important, but also transparency around, I think, things like training data. And so we have a team called Meta at Twitter. It was called Meta before that word took on a whole different context. But that team leads our work on responsible machine learning and fair AI. Those teams in companies are going to be absolutely critical to how we build these systems in a way that builds trust and transparency with people using the services. So I think there's a lot to deal with, but the thing that I do start with is whether it's companies, whether it's governments, we need to lead by example. And so I think, whether it's products like Lumen, which make clear government legal requests that Twitter uses, or making data available to researchers and actually saying this isn't a question that companies should answer, but independent researchers and academics should be doing that. So during COVID, for example, we built a dedicated API track just to look at COVID tweets so that researchers could study the conversation around that topic. There's a whole range of areas, and policymakers can do a huge amount to encourage and protect that kind of work.
Thank you, Nick. You remind us about individual agency and control. It's a crucial piece of the equation. Minister Fortier, how has the pandemic shifted your approach to digital and open, and thinking about especially how it has impacted individuals in various different ways?
That's a really great question. And the pandemic, of course, has shifted where political leaders, governments, officials, and citizens work and how they work. And many of us have had to work from home. Look at today, creating a dependency on digital technologies to access and share information to do our job. And where we work and how we work are two sides of the same coin. Going forward, we need to approach both with intent. And COVID-19 has accelerated policymaking as well as the modernization of digital services. And we have a chance to rewrite the rules of work, but we can also, or we can and should also rely on tried and true principles. And we've mentioned them: transparency, accountability, integrity, participation. And as governments, every time we open our work up to the outside world, it can be a building block for something bigger, something unexpected, something innovative. And we need to constantly practice our openness and our digital agility so we don't revert to old ways. And slowly but surely, we need to move from doing open by design to being open by design. And there's a great quote by William Gibson who said, "The future is already here. It's just not evenly distributed." And I think it is our responsibility to make sure that when this open future gets here, it is evenly distributed. And one thing that I also think is we need to work locally, but also globally, as challenges have no borders. And in Canada, we've been really focusing during the pandemic of ensuring we don't leave anyone behind. And that's what we've been trying to really focus on, making sure wider citizen participation gives us access to a lot of opportunities and capacity. And we are focusing our efforts on leaving no one behind.
Thank you, Minister. And I would like to thank the three panelists today for such brilliant remarks and for leaving us with many ideas of what needs to happen to really enact a future of democracy in the era of digital, where we're creating more inclusive societies, where, as Minister mentioned, not leaving anyone behind. And it has really been a pleasure listening to everyone. We are unfortunately out of time. And I want to take it to the end and welcome everyone to the start of the closing ceremony. Thank you very much.
좀 자유롭고
Free. I think an open government is a government that can communicate with the people, relevant to everyone, bringing people together.
And responsive to its citizens.
Around the world, reformers from both inside and outside government are pushing for changes that make governing more open.
It's only together that we will be able to build the kind of open government that we need.
I think it is necessary to gather enough opinions because there may be certain parts that do not reflect the common cause of people. I think people would have more sense of responsibility since it's a choice they made themselves. If I could just say what I want to say, it'd make me feel good. If we just have things others, we couldn't create the world we want to live in. Like an orchestra that brings together different instruments to create beautiful harmony. I think it's a process in which I participate in to make the world a better place. There shouldn't be any deception, not cutting in line. Does that count? I think access to information should be guaranteed so that citizens can see the information on the policymaking process. Transparency is ensured by allowing people to get involved in the actual government's activities.
Generally, we should disclose data on government operations to citizens.
Actually, I've never heard of inclusive digital, something that makes life more comfortable. I think it's a system that can make lives of people of all ages more convenient. For those people, we run 1,000 digital learning centers nationwide and train and educate the public with the digital competency that they need. Open Government Partnership Global Summit. Thank you.
Thank you, Anya, and all of the speakers of the second panel. Once again, let me thank all of the OGP reformers as well as champions from governments and civil societies for having gone out of their way generously to be here with us tonight and to share valuable ideas and important stories with us. Hopefully, we'll be able to meet and discuss soon again in person. Thank you as well to all of our attendees who have joined and actively participated while listening throughout the plenary. We hope that tonight's conversations was able to inspire more concrete actions to advance digital governance and transformation, as well as generate more innovative ideas to safeguard democracy and from the threats and risks that are posed by the misuse and abuse of digital technologies. So with that, please stay tuned to this channel for the closing plenary coming up in a moment, where we will discuss the future of OGP and reflect on the many conversations that we had throughout the course of the summit week. Thank you, and see you at the closing plenary. Distinguished guests, we have now reached our closing plenary of the OGP Global Summit. The 2021 OGP Global Summit, with the theme of Open Renewal, was held safely for in-person attendees under difficult circumstances, following the strict quarantine protocols, and virtually for global participants. More than 280 speakers were featured in 40 plenaries and main sessions, and more were participating in more than 50 partner sessions throughout the week, which resulted in a very successful summit, renewing our commitment to open government here in Seoul, Korea. I would like to thank all of the members of the OGPs from home and abroad and global citizens for spending time with us throughout the week. Then without further ado, let us begin the closing plenary. First, let us officially kick off on the closing plenary with a video featuring the highlights of the 2021 OGP Global Summit.
Let's talk about a new future. Congratulations. world where no one is hungry, a world without racial discrimination, a world without COVID-19. How can we make OGP more dynamic? There are still many people who cannot express their voices. Support every citizen, raise their voice, and collect their opinion. It is about promoting participation and inclusion, the values of open government.
Every nation an open government partnership to take up a call to action to fight the scourge of corruption.
회복과 도약이 열린 정부의 가치 안에서
We believe that we can create a more open society.
As the lead government co-chair of the Open Government Partnership, the Republic of Korea has served alongside lead civil society co-chair Maria Baron since October 2020. Their term will end at the end of 2021, so we will use this next segment to symbolically hand over the chairing of the partnership from the Republic of Korea and Maria Baron to the Republic of Italy and Aiden Eyakuz. This conversation will be facilitated by Shreya Basu, the Deputy Director of Country Support at the OGP Support Unit. Shreya Basu, you have the floor.
Grazie, buongiorno partecipanti. Sono stati giorni fantastici per chi ha già partecipato a questo evento. Quest'anno ci sono state molte differenze, ma sapete che la plenaria conclusiva è un momento di riflessione, un momento che ci serve per pensare a come utilizzare tutte le idee che abbiamo ascoltato.
Days of the summit, all the pre-events, I could see the conclusions of OGP's just released decade report come alive across the many, many amazing sessions we've had. Proof that the OGP model does really work when done right. There are results that you, the global OGP community, can be truly proud of. But also the somber fact that there's still such a long way to go despite these successes. But interestingly also, concrete takeaways and recommendations on what can be done to get us there. The success of any OGP Global Summit, in the end, will be measured by what we do with all that we've learned here, and the results that we have to show when we meet next, hopefully in person. The future is very much in our hands as a community. In this next section, we're going to hear from the OGP co-chairs who have such a key role in setting the vision for the partnership as it enters the second decade. First, let's take a moment to recognize the incredible leadership shown by our outgoing co-chairs and hear their reflections as they get ready to hand the mantle over to the incoming chairs. Let's go first to Minister John Hae-chol, Minister of Interior and Safety of Korea, and Maria Baron, to reflect on their co-chair legacies, share their proudest achievement, and tell us about their highlights from the summit. Let's hear first from the minister.
안녕하십니까.
Good morning and good afternoon. I am John Hae-chol, Minister of the Interior and Safety of the Republic of Korea. It is time to end the three-day journey of the 2021 OGP Global Summit. The summit was valuable to all of us in that we engaged in active discussions on the three topics of civil participation, anti-corruption, and inclusive digital innovation, and looked for a new direction of global solidarity for better recovery and open renewal. As the representative of the chair country, I am very pleased pleased that the summit has been successful thanks to much support and participation of so many government delegates and civil society members. Korea served as the 11th chair of OGP for the past year since October last year. We focused on spreading the values of open government throughout the world and support the growth of mature democracy, and these were our key priority areas. In particular, we led the adoption of the OGP Common Vision, based on which the member countries developed their action plans for the implementation of the open government initiatives. We also facilitated countries to share their policy experiences. Domestically, serving as the OGP chair provided an opportunity to promote the participation of civil society in the public processes and raise the public's awareness on the values of open government in Korea. In the post-pandemic era, the democratic values of open government need to be emphasized even more. We need to continue to remove barriers to participation and enhance transparency and inclusion so that our governments can become more capable and our policies become more effective. I offer my congratulations to Italy, the incoming chair, and Mr. Aydin Iakus, the incoming civil society chair. I am confident that they will help create another leap forward together with the OGP member states and civil society advocates. Korea has been having the honor with the OGP for the past decade, and we will continue to serve as a reliable partner of OGP going forward as well in the future. Thank you.
Big thanks to the minister for that message. I have to say how incredibly rare it is to have a government stand up for civic space, both at home and abroad, and actually have concrete actions and commitments to back that position. So thank you for your leadership, the government of Korea and the Ministry of Interior and Safety. Maria, let's turn to you next. Same questions to you. Your legacy, your proudest achievement, the summit highlights, and perhaps a closing message for the OGP global community as we get ready to commence the end of this wonderful event.
Thank you, Shreya. I'm very happy to have had the opportunity of chairing the steering committee together with the government of Korea during this difficult year. In my opinion, one contribution was to try new and some could say creative approaches to old problems. So we made the effort to call on the governments of the steering committee to sign on statements, for example, calling on the Salvadoran President Bukele to reestablish conditions to allow for dialogue and to protect the civic space there. Also, we made a big effort to work alongside local organizations in El Salvador to provide tools and ideas on how to protect their personal security, and also to collaborate with bringing them ideas on how to get help from different political and civil society international organizations or actors. Also, an idea that I'm very, very proud of, we put together an immense initiative. Of course, we did not know how big it was going to be at the beginning, such as a call to action, where we had a tremendous dialogue with civil society organizations of 6 countries from the steering committee and created a prioritized agenda with them that we then discussed with their own governments. And I think that exercise was incredibly useful because we put together at the heart of the initiative, and in that way we went back, we put together, dialogue at the heart of the initiative, and then in that way we went back to one of the first values of OGP. So a very timid idea that started more to try new approaches and also to test ourselves, proved to bring a lot of results, including unexpected ones. It's not finished yet, but the next co-chairs have promised to continue with it. So I think the sky's the limit now. A highlight, I think, of the summit is very unfair to have us name only one, because I'm very proud of the conversations that we've had at the Americas Dialogue or at the Parliamentary Day, as well as the OECD recommendations on enabling civil society in development cooperation, or an interesting one called "This is not the way," to become our own critics and learn from our mistakes. But I would have to say that the highlight for me has been the OGP Impact Award, which was short but really, really inspiring. It was the Hotline 311 project in Panama. And I like it because Panama is a country very close to my heart, but also a very needed country with very interesting initiatives that can be exported, sort of saying, to the world. And a final message to the OGP community, if I may, is one that is one of the value stories that we have at my organization, at Directorio Legislativo. And early on, when we started the organization, we agreed with our team that our philosophy or our approach, and it has accompanied us throughout all these years, was there is no such thing as a no. There's no such thing as a negative answer. And we felt that way because that is what happens to people in vulnerable situations. And we have the role to help change the world. And so I'm going to turn into Spanish now. Let me see, so I can get translated en español como mensaje final.
From now on, I would like to give my concluding remarks in Spanish, if I may.
La palabra no es una opción.
I am, as you know, part of Directorio Legislativo, and here we have the philosophy of saying never say no, because we understand that there are marginalized people around the world who have always been denied access to services. So we, as a goal, want to bring about change in the world, so we will never say no.
Thank you for that, Maria. That's a really inspiring message, right? Never say no, despite what you're facing. But thank you also for your leadership throughout the year, the solidarity you've shown to civil society working under extremely stressful conditions across the organization, and your leadership, your bold idea to issue a call to action to civic space, which you rightly said, several have responded to, but still a long way to go. We look forward, of course, to your continued engagement with OGP in your new roles as OGP envoy and board member, and fearless civil society leader, as always. Thank you once again to the Government of Korea and to Maria Baron. Let's go next to our incoming co-chairs. First, our lead chairs, who assumed their positions right after the summit: Marcella Panucci, representing the Government of Italy, and Aiden Ayakuze from Tuaveza, East Africa. And then our incoming support chairs, Secretary Taimar Peterkoff, representing the Government of Estonia, and Annabelle Cruz from Communication and Development Institute, Uruguay. Let's start first with Marcella and Aiden. You have been working on developing your co-chair vision in recent times, which you will soon share with the community. How have the discussions from the summit shaped or informed your thinking? And if there's a highlight, a moment, or a quotable quote from the summit you'd like to share, please do so. Let's begin with Marcella. Marcella, the floor is yours.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everybody. Many thanks to the Ministry of Interior Affairs of Korea. I'm sorry, I have two images of me running. Thank you to Maria Baron. We have been living two very difficult years due to the COVID pandemic, and also to, unfortunately, an economic crisis and a climate crisis. So we are living very different times since the time when the OGP was launched in 2011. It was a completely different context, but still there has been a huge evolution in the membership of the OGP. We have now 78 member countries and 76 local governments, and thousands of civil society organizations that are joining the OGP, and this is a huge success for this initiative that we were contributing to creating 10 years ago. So many countries now perceive how important it is to have citizenship on board when designing policies and ensuring their effectiveness. That's why we are proud of co-chairing for the next year, and together with Aidan, we've been able to meet already in Rome and draft our program for the coming year. As for the government of Italy, we have been committed since 2011 to promote open government policies involving a large community of shareholders and stakeholders, and we've been implementing 4 dedicated national action plans. We put in place several initiatives, namely the Open Gov Week, the Open Gov Champion, and Open Coesione, which have been recognized as best practices. And recently, we have adopted some very important national reforms, starting from the mandatory public debate for infrastructures, National Digital Strategic Alliance, and we are going to strengthen the regulation of whistleblowing together with the adoption of a new legislation on transparency of lobbying. So we are really strengthening legislative infrastructure and the infrastructure for involving all social partners and citizenship when we design policies. For this in next National Action Plan, we want to create a multi-stakeholder forum, a community in charge of co-defining a national open government strategy in order to apply open government principles and values to the National Recovery and Resilience Plan, which you know is a huge plan of reforms and investments that we are going to deploy until 2026. So if we really want our democracies to overcome this crisis and be stronger and more resilient, we have to renew a trust relationship between citizens and governments. In order to do that, we want to safeguard the existence and recognize an adequate civic space where all the rights are protected and participation is ensured, reduce inequality between different groups of citizens by ensuring equal access to the public administration, to the information, and ensure the integrity of public policies in the face of hazard of corruption. To do that, as the steering committee co-chair for 2022, we are committed to stimulate all OGP members in collective action and the implementation of open government reforms. A European meeting to stimulate political support for open government and other regional meetings will be organized. We want to promote new spaces and ways of dialogue with civil society to make participation of stakeholders more inclusive and guide the partnership by setting priorities in relation to the challenges and opportunities of the next decade. In other words, and in conclusion, it is fundamental for all of us to advocate a relaunch of open government policies. And as we did in the context of the last G20 presidency, I think coming co-president of the partnership, we want to continue to take advantage of all international governmental meetings at European and global level to exchange best practices and promote open government principles. So finally, coming to my final statement, a few words, I'll read it. The year 2021 marks a decade of the OGP Global Initiative, which has been successful in terms of its duration, impacts, and broad capacity to involve governments worldwide. But to be successful in the next decade too, we need to elaborate together a new vision for our partnership, and we as co-chair will support all partnership members in the definition process of such vision to be co-created together. So thanks a lot, and Aidan, the floor is yours.
Aidan, over to you. You might still be on mute.
On mute, I was captivated by what Madame Panucci was saying, so I forgot to unmute myself. Thank you, and good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all of you who are following this final plenary. And I have to say, I've had an amazing summit from Monday to now, Friday. I think I've attended about 11 sessions, but I want to just share about 3 which stood out to me as really important in terms of looking ahead with what we do with this amazing partnership. The first one was yesterday's incredibly inspiring youth summit. I was able to listen just for one brief. They've had 10 policy ideas to present to the OGP family to work on. And I have to say, I actually was captivated by how Ms. Shaime Burjic actually introduced the group and said and described them all as those of us who are crazy enough to think that we can shape democracy. And I just love that idea that these young people have the energy and the courage to think they can shape democracy. And they're absolutely right, because I think we collectively can. And as long as they have the energy to think they can shape democracies, it's fantastic. Look, ambition plus innovation can sound crazy at the beginning, but 10 years later, it's not so crazy anymore. And we actually heard this echoed by both Aruna Roy and Ambassador Samantha Power in the opening plenary session. So I really like that, and I look forward to working with the young people. The second thing was, in a quiet corner of the summit, there was a launch of the Open Government Africa Network, led by the Kingdom of Morocco. And for me, this is fantastic because Europe has a network. I think Asia has a network, OGP network, and it's about time that Africa, the region, also had a network of OGP members. And I really loved its launch for us to really work together to inspire each other and support each other to advance these pretty difficult commitments around improving government and governance for our citizens. So I look forward to working with the Kingdom of Morocco and with civil society partners across the continent to give this a lot of life. We also had a great session with Senior Minister of Nigeria, the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa Secretary General, really trying to imagine how OGP can be used in a time of the pandemic and of recovering from the pandemic to improve governance at the local level. And a great idea came from Madam Vera Songwe, and that was perhaps we should have monthly Zoom meetings with African finance ministers to really evaluate how they're doing with their budget and go down budget lines and discuss how those are actually improving lives for ordinary people in their particular countries. Now that's, again, sounds like a tall order, but perhaps we could even start even at the local government level. There are 14 African local government members. We could perhaps start by looking at their execution of their budgets and people's participation in prioritizing and in monitoring how those happen. But my final highlight happened last night. And that was in a conversation, again, in a quiet corner. There were only about 50 of us on OGP Vital Signs, Insights from the First Decade of OGP Data. And for me, the headline from all of this is 2 words or 3 words. The OGP model works. You know, we've been operating for a decade, perhaps a little bit on a lot of hope and a bit of speculation and a lot of, expectation. But it was great to see the data show that actually this model does work. And in my note, I said, something we should be proud of. Here we are, it's been validated. And this is a pre-adolescent, we're not even adolescent yet at age 10, voluntary international effort at strengthening democracy, and it works. So for me, that is really super exciting. And so I want to just echo what Madam Panucci was saying in her statement there, and just to reiterate how the government of Italy and I really want to drive forward something that we are going to receive from Maria and the government of South Korea. And one really important thing is to increase political support for expanding civic space and public participation. You heard it from Italy, you're hearing it from me. We're going to continue driving that agenda forward because I think it is one of the taller mountains, the steeper cliffs that we have to climb as a partnership. The second one is to continue to show now how the OGP model works, not just as a mechanism, but actually in delivering results. And so we are going to promote reforms that directly improve people's lives so they can see a direct link between open, transparent, and accountable government and improvement in their own lives. And finally, I'll be very proud to work with the government of Italy to lead a strategic conversation within and beyond the partnership to ensure that for the second decade, our approach and our priorities are fit for the purpose for which they were created, but also for the challenges that are coming up ahead of us. One of which is to protect and promote democracy. The other is how to combat the big challenge of climate change together in a manner that keeps us together as humanity. So I really look forward to working with the government of Italy, and I really am grateful for the amazing leadership from Maria and from the government of South Korea. Thank you.
Thank you to Ms. Panucci and Aidan. I'm sure the community is very reassured in hearing your commitment both to open response and open recovery, the call to action issued right at the start of this pandemic, but also to public participation, civic space, investing more in local. It's quite the challenge you've set yourselves. Aidan, I have to say that with your fantastic contributions in the many sessions you referred to, as well as ones you moderated ever so elegantly, there's also growing momentum for you to add another hat to the hats you already wear. There have been calls to make you moderator or chair or panelist for life. So I'm not sure you or any others would approve of lifetime appointments in this community, but just be prepared for that. Okay, let's turn next to Secretary Peter Kopp and Annabelle Cruz, incoming support chairs. Secretary Annabelle, there's some time, of course, for you to set and announce your priorities in this rapidly changing world. But how has what you've heard during this summit shaped your early thinking? What are some highlight moments for you? Over to you, Secretary Peter Kopp.
Thank you. Well, first, it was amazing to see for myself the work in action, how the civil society and the governments are working together, and it assured me of the strength of the OGP, that how it brings these two sides, civil society and government, together. We were happy to see that the co-creation, the word co-creation was used so many times. We are working with it here in Estonia, and I'm very happy to see that there's a lot that we can learn from each other and share with each other on that. I would like to maybe what we could focus on as well is what our Prime Minister said in her opening remarks, is that it's not only the success stories that we should share and learn from, but it's also the mistakes that we make, so others can learn and not to make those mistakes. We should share. But otherwise, I'm looking forward to co-creating with other co-chairs, Italy, Aidan, and Annabelle. So looking forward for the coming years. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary of State Peter Kopp. Over to you, Annabelle.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Maria Baron.
I would like to begin by extending my gratitude to the Republic of Korea and to Maria Baron for doing such a good job organizing this global summit, and of course for your leadership over the past 2 years. Thank you very much. And this week, we were able to have the opportunity to witness what we can do with open governments. We're able to hear the voices of many people across open governments, national governments, local governments. And this showed us that the open government partnership has the power to change people's lives, and that in the public sector, when it comes to policies and different strategies and plans, that we can actually bring about real change. Over the past 10 years, we were able to see not just institutional change, but that we were able to mature as a platform. The voices that we heard over the past several days was that this is not enough. We are not satisfied, that we have to be even more ambitious and do even more in certain areas. We have to be even more audacious and try to bring about revolutionary change in many different areas. Our partnership has come a long way, and yes, it has created many results, but when it comes to freedom of expression, freedom of assembly, and freedom of participation, that we have to
still understand the fact that there are limitations to many of these civic freedoms. In fact, around the world, over 90% of the world's population are seeing severe limits to their civic freedoms. In this situation, next January, as the vice chair of OGP, I will be also playing a role in trying to bring about my support to the values of OGP. And I would like to say that I will be very loyal to and faithful to the values of OGP, and I am going to work on 3 particular fronts. And as has been mentioned by the other speakers ahead of me, these 3 areas, first of all, is the advocacy for civic space. If civic space is not open and if it's not meaningful, then I don't believe that it will not have any meaning for the people. As the government of the Republic of Korea and Maria Baron has begun, we had to continue to promote and sustain these efforts. The second is the OGP agenda, and we have to make sure that it has to be inclusive and open, and that we need to see more inclusive and open local governments. In our partnership, I believe that local governments play a very central role. And in particular, we need to be able to see that civil society can be very open and accountable, that we can guarantee this kind of openness and transparency and accountability of the civil society. And we have to engage with this through monitoring and action plan, not just at the national government level, but also at the local government level, so that the voices of the people, the voices of the citizens can be heard. But does not stop at just being heard, but that the necessary resources and the funding can reach them in a way that is very transparent. And this is something that the government should take the lead on. And lastly, if I may, is that we have been working together with the steering committee, together with the OGP, to try to create open values. And this is also something that we are very proud and happy of.
Thank you so much for that, Secretary Peterkop and Annabelle. I think important reminders that the job is still not done. We have to still set an audacious vision for ourselves, but recognize that we have to go beyond the talk and really deliver. And I'm sure this community looks forward to your able leadership, and also really heartening to hear the recognition from the representative from the government of Estonia, Secretary Peterkop, that the government civil society collaboration remains very much front and center of your priorities, given that it is such a core element of this partnership. So thank you very much to all our co-chairs, to the government of Italy, government of Estonia, Aidan and Annabelle. The partnership rests in your able hands as we head into the 2nd decade, and may the power be with you as you enter these roles. Back to the MC.
Well, thank you, Shreya, as well as all others for the handover and summit reflections section. Next, we move on to a discussion about the future of open government, and we will be featuring emerging leaders from across the partnership. We will again welcome Shreya Basu to facilitate the discussion. So once again, Shreya, you have the floor.
Thanks so much. Aidan almost gave a spoiler to the second dialogue when he was talking to us about his reflections from the youth, but let's get into it now. So when we look around the world today, it's easy to be overwhelmed by the challenges we face, right? And we've heard so many of them repeated throughout this week. But as we come to the end of the summit, let us remind ourselves of the amazing impact that emerging leaders of our movement are creating, whether it's in holding the line where civic space is restricted, tracking government expenditure to ensure that it's prudent and effective, bringing ideas and innovation, or campaigning for climate action or environmental rights. Let's turn to some of these voices. I'm very pleased to be joined today by Mark Del Mundo from the Philippines, Malik Lingani from Burkina Faso, Carolis Granicas representing the Open Contracting Partnership, Felipe Pino from Chile, and Melissa Castaños, as well as So-hee Young, youth delegates for the OGP Global Summit. So let's turn first to Mark, Malik, Carolis, and Felipe. As emerging leaders working on open government, what inspires you to take action in your communities or areas of work? And what is the one call to action from the OGP Global Summit that you're excited to work on as we move forward? Mark, let's start with you.
Thank you, Shreya, and the Open Government Partnership for inviting me to be part of this closing plenary. It is an honor to share with you our experiences and aspirations for the open government advocacy. I will start my sharing by answering your question about what motivates me to take an action in my areas of work. I think that's a difficult question to answer. But I was reminded about my main reason why I chose social development work and why I'm still working in the Caucus of Development NGO Networks, a national CSO network in the Philippines, to help and be part of the empowerment or change. Yeah, I know it may sound cliche, but being aware of to the rising challenges to the Philippine society, particularly to the civil society organization. I think this is my way of responding and living up to my personal mission and organizational mission of creating an enabling environment to the CSO where they can associate freely, they can convey their voices and their opinions freely. They can actively participate in the decision-making processes, not only in the monitoring, but in the whole process, from planning, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation, to make the sense of ownership, and also to empower themselves to continue promote equality, democracy, and human rights and justice. Being part of Code NGO and the non-government secretariat of the PHOGP, it motivates me to continue pushing the boundaries of governance and not being contented with the status quo, because I know we can do something on it. Especially right now, the political and the social landscape of the Philippines continue to become volatile. The increasing cases of state harassment and the red tagging, the closure of the independent media, the attacks to the activists, and undermining of the democratic spaces for participation are the clear manifestations of the shrinking civic space in the country. So given all those challenges, we want to continue work with the OGP on protecting and enhancing the civic space and promoting public participation by maximizing the space provided by the OGP. And how can this global community help? I have three things in mind where we can work together. I think first, we need to continue provide that kind of space. What kind of space? A safe and open space for dialogue with various stakeholders. Yet, yes, there's a lot of spaces are slowly closing in, but we know that space provided by the OGP for constructive engagement continues to be accessible. Particularly in the context in the Philippines, the government and the non-government are still seen as equals and consider as each other partners for development. Second, I think we need to continue to use OGP as a medium for the government to communicate reforms and closing the feedback loops. Rather than simply replying noted and thank you, but I think goes more on saying that this is what we're doing to address the concern of the civil society and the CSOs. Embracing OGP values and practicing these values. I think government can restore people's trust in public institution and also can effectively respond to the demand of the citizens in order to increase transparency, accountability, stakeholder participation. Lastly, I think we need to continue support and facilitate a peer learning exchange among and within OGP member countries, both for government and non-government. Because we experience the same situation, most of us experience the same situation. I think we need to have that kind of learning exchange to understand each other context, to learn from each other experiences and collaborate for a common advocacy. Particularly, we are now, in the Philippines, we are crafting the 6th National Action Plan, and we are really hoping to include an ambitious and impactful commitment to strengthen civic space and public participation. And I think I will end my sharing by saying that things do not always happen the way we would have wanted. What makes our engagement interesting is the challenges that we face. But what makes it more interesting is turning those challenges into inspirations for us to move forward and continue my mission to help and to create an enabling environment for CSOs. That I will end by challenging the non-government sector and the government sectors to be like a river. Imagine a river that the water continue flows even there's a lot of rocks that blocking on their way. I want to challenge the non-government actors to be like a river. If along the way our path will be black, take courage to seek alternative paths. There's a lot of paths. We have to find it. Thank you for the opportunity. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone.
Thank you for that, Ma. And I know that when Maria said don't take no for an answer in her closing message, that is very much the spirit you embody in the work that you do in the Philippines. Let's go to Malik next. We are running a little behind time, so let's do our best to make sure that we don't keep the production team for too long. Malik, over to you. What gives you inspiration? What is the one call to action you're excited to work on?
Merci beaucoup de me donner la parole. C'est un excellent plaisir.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be part of this closing plenary. And today we're discussing our sources of inspiration. And also we're discussing what we can achieve through OGP. And this is a great opportunity. For the past 3 days, we were able to exchange experiences among the member states, and we were able to learn from each other. I am a young person living in Burkina Faso, and I am also a co-founder and chair of a non-governmental organization. President Obama first proposed OGP 10 years ago, and at that time, governance was crucial, and there was a recognition that governance in Africa would lead to better stability and more freedom, and that was our motivation. So we are committed to these values, and that is why we decided to join the OGP initiative. And since 2011, the OGP has been growing together with many stakeholders, and we were able to produce tangible results. And as we celebrate the 10th anniversary of OGP, we now understand that OGP can be a very big driving force of change. When democracy is threatened in one country, this will have negative impact on democracies around the world. Therefore, we need to continue to create a network for open government. In other words, we wish to create a network for open government among the French-speaking countries. And by utilizing this type of network, we can engage our citizens more effectively, and we can also increase accessibility to information. And we can also guarantee the right to assembly and the right to association, and we can expand civic space. And in doing so, we will be able to join forces in creating a more open government. And once again, I'd like to remind you of the importance of global solidarity, and we need to provide financial resources and other resources to bring about innovation in our governance. So by renewing our democracy, we can make our government more open. It is because without civil society and without civic participation, we can never succeed in achieving a sustainable development, and we can never succeed in creating a new democracy. So what I am urging you is to create global solidarity. Thank you.
Thanks, Malik, for that call to global solidarity, but also in reminding us that the messages from the founders still resonate and keep the community going. Let's turn quickly to Carolus. Carolus, your inspiration.
Great, thank you so much, Shreya, and thank you, OGP, for having us. So my name is Carolus. I work for Open Contracting Partnership, a silo-busting collaboration between governments, businesses, and non-governmental organizations. And we work to transform public spending using open government principles. And as you know, open contracting has emerged as one of the key parts of open government, and the one with huge impacts, actually, which might not actually be a huge surprise, as procurement is often a third of all government spending and is central to economic opportunity and fair play in any economy, really. But today, since I have this platform and we live in challenging times, I want to give us all yet another challenge. We have to demonstrate that open and inclusive ways are better. That's the bottom line. Working in the open and going the extra mile to be inclusive is messy, it's challenging, it takes time, it's hard work. We know that, we've been there. So we really have to be able to demonstrate why it is better, why open is better. My own country, Lithuania, for example, chose to publish all COVID-19 contracts as user-friendly data, which not only helped them improve trust immediately, but helped coordination and made the pandemic response measurably better. And the government liked it so much, actually, that it's now putting open contracting at the core of its new e-procurement system. And I think there's really more we can do as a movement there to track the real impacts of how open is better for citizens. We begin to see how to do that for procurement slowly, where we see that open government approaches not only improve competition, they encourage small, medium enterprises, they save money, save time, but also delivering more affordable medicines, for example, and better school infrastructure where it's needed the most. And today especially, I would like to use the opportunity to encourage our reformers, please be bold. Now is not the time for a tiny bit of more transparency. We need to fundamentally rethink the whole model of post-pandemic government and show why it works for us, for citizens, especially the immediate things we care about, like better education, health, transport, better community, but also the next big challenge of our lifetime, which is addressing climate change through more sustainable and greener public spending. And lastly, that's where I will conclude. Let's go beyond the usual suspects. Let's bring in business and local service providers. Let's get outside the capitals and into the regions. And I know we have heard it before, and that's why I love how open government is taking root in cities and regions lately. Let's harness that energy. I'm personally stoked how we are beginning to organize across the European Union with our Open Spending EU coalition that is rooted in our local realities to make sure the pan-European recovery plan delivers for us. I've just actually come back from Rome last week, where we worked with the Italian government and local civil society. And we hear it might lead to a very ambitious commitment around recovery, spending, and openness. And coming from the next OGP chair, we could not be more excited. And we hope we can help Italy to really show how it's done. I'll stop here. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Carolus. If I could take away a central message, it was, let's show how it's done when we come back next year. Let's stop talking about opening up government. Let's show the benefits. That's as good a challenge as any for this community. Let's go straight to Felipe. Let's travel from Europe to the Americas. Felipe, what keeps you going? What is something you're excited to work on?
Hola a todas y todos.
Hello, everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers for this invitation. I'm very happy to be part of this discussion. We all understand that sustainability and climate action are crucial. These are one of the most imminent challenges for all of us. Therefore, these have to become a key policy agenda for all of us. And these are our key priority areas. And when it comes to the youth and public participation, we need to have a better engagement. Currently, the youth are leading a lot of changes in our society. And also the young generation is able to expand their participation through various mechanisms. So in that sense, in Chile, FEMA, which is an environment watchdog, what we have found out is that we need to open up new doors. We need to regain trust from the public. Especially, it is important to regain trust of the public in the government. In the 21st century, we have many environmental issues, and with respect to addressing these climate challenges, the government has lost trust among the public. And it is important to promote the OGP as a mechanism for the youth so that the young leaders can utilize the OGP as a platform to advance their agenda for environment. There's a social contract called Espasu, and this is a regional compact or regional contract where regional actors will share information regarding environmental protection. And also, this information sharing agreement is about protecting environmental activists. So if we can make a linkage between OGP and this type of regional arrangement, we can allow more youth to participate in the process. Also, when you think about our ongoing challenges, I believe that we need to take appropriate measures now and take the right actions now so that we can bring about changes in the future, especially by utilizing the open government platform. Chile has not signed the Espasu agreement, but we will continue our effort in this regard. So this Espasu agreement as a regional mechanism has several priority areas, and we need to remember them. And also there is this mandate about publishing public procurement and contract information. And this is included in this arrangement, and there will be many decisions to be made. And I hope that more youth will participate in this decision-making process. In addition, we need to encourage young people to participate in the climate-related processes so that they can bring about big changes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Felipe. Indeed, climate change and environmental degradation have come up as top priorities across many, many conversations throughout this week. And it's fantastic to see the work that you're doing, as well as the challenge you're setting out to the community today. So thank you for that, Maf, Malik, Carolis, and Felipe. Let me now invite two very special speakers, Melissa Shaides Castaños and Sohee Yang, representatives of the youth delegation to the OGP Summit, who I believe also have some proposals for the partnership and co-chairs. So Melissa, Sohee, welcome. Tell us what you're excited to work on. And if you could take a few minutes, 3 or 4, we're running behind time, to share 1 or 2 core proposals you would like the partnership and the incoming chairs to consider. So let's go first to Melissa, and then we'll go to Sohee in Seoul. Melissa, over to you.
Hi, thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm very glad to represent my country, Mexico, and of course, the voices of all the youth delegates. I would like to start by presenting to you the policy proposals that were worked for these 2 weeks. I would like to start by saying that historically, young people have driven and played an important role in social movements and protests around the world. The OGP platform is an important opportunity to include our voice in the action plans that are built together with the governments. Public problems such as corruption, the repressive conditions for civic space, the absence of spaces for participation have different effects on each social group, and young people are no exception. From these different effects also arise new demands, new concerns, but above all, new solutions. These policy proposals we develop as part of these delegate programs address the principles of open government from different perspectives. The anti-corruption proposal has 3 key actions that seek to measure the integrity of agencies to improve public information. Also establish multi-stakeholder schemes to strengthen the institution and, of course, mechanisms for citizen participation. The proposal on the civic space and participation includes solutions to public's accessible information, include the participation of marginalized groups and communities in the decision-making processes, generate different dynamics in the OGP for countries with close civic space conditions, and have some baseline commitments. And finally, the proposal for digital inclusion and innovation puts forward ideas for concentrating information in a single site, providing communities and marginalized groups with the skills to use and consult the data, as well as conditions to generate trust in the use and consultation of information. In general terms, these proposals seek to strengthen and increase the transparency and accountability, create multi-stakeholder mechanisms in co-creation process, innovate the anti-corruption strategies, and of course, empower citizens. I would like to close this with this idea. For the last 10 years, the OGP platform has been an innovative space that has managed to bring the civil society and the government in the same table to work as a team. So for that, we hope that the members of the steering committee bet on these proposals generated by youth delegates from all around the world and maintain this spirit of innovation by creating new strategies that became a reference to include the voice of the youth. So thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm very glad to be here. Thank you so much to the Accountability Lab team, the OGP, and of course, the government of Korea. Thanks.
Thank you, Melissa. Sohi, our speaker in Seoul. Over to you, Sohi, for the last word. What is the key takeaway you want our co-chairs to leave?
Thank you. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, and 안녕하세요, everyone. I
think we're not getting sound from Seoul.
Hello, can you hear me? Everyone, 안녕하세요. I'm Sohee Yang, currently working as a spokesperson as a third-party Transition Korea and a strategic planner at Agonica, the NPO promoting civic hacking movement. Well, first of all, thank you for giving me this honorable opportunity to deliver the policy recommendation on behalf of 26 passionate youth delegates. Well, while working in the political and social sector for almost 2 years, I have witnessed a powerful synergy created by the effective partnership between the public and civil society. Although the government and public institutions have huge amounts of data and qualified information, they solely cannot respond to all problems in every corner of our lives. Although the citizens and private sector have creative ideas or technical skills to solve social problems, they solely cannot complete a job without support from public bodies as well. All the youth delegates across the world, including me, have been inspired by this kind of potential synergy that the OGP movement has, so we came to this year's summit and had intense 2 weeks to develop policy recommendations. Under the main topics including civic space and public participation, anti-corruption, and inclusive digital innovation, the youth delegates have actively engaged in the series of discussions and elaborated recommendations for each section. For civic space and public participation, young people think it is essential to create an open and inclusive government decision-making process, especially for the marginalized groups. For anti-corruption, developing information infrastructures and enhancing the responsive needs of government agencies are highly required. For inclusive digital innovation, it is critical to enhance accessibility to public information and data so that encourages civic participation and public engagement. Last but not least, I want you to get a core point for how to implement the policy recommendation from youth delegates more directly and effectively. While participating the past 3 days here in OGP Global Summit, I noticed that most of the seniors, officials, the key agent of older generations call young people the future. Well, I'm sorry to say this, but we are not your future. We're the present. Our presence is here now. So we don't expect you to take our roles and just wait behind. We don't need a kind compliment and praise, but we need actual power. a power to get involved in every step of decision-making process, a power to access more transparent and qualified data from the public, and a power to open the government to lead an immediate change. And I strongly believe that every single of you in this room and watching this session online will take a critical role to create an environment that proactively empowers young people. Now, I would like to deliver this year's youth policy recommendation to the next year's OGP chairs. I hope our suggestion will bear fruit to build a stronger bridge to open government partnerships. Thank you for listening.
Well, thank you for that, Melissa and Sohee. What an incredible outcome of your time at the summit. And powerful words. We need power, not praise. Wow, what a tremendous time it has been. We have been joined by nearly 4,000 reformers around the world as we've discussed how we can rise to the challenges we face. I hope you, those listening in, share your highlights from the summit too, using our social media hashtag OGP Summit. Many thanks to our host, the government of the Republic of Korea, Korean civil society co-chair Maria Baron, and to our truly, truly tireless production team. The summit has underscored the strength of our community, full of reformers, rebels, champions, change agents, all fighting on the front lines of progress. Thank you for the work you do. And as we close out one decade, I hope you found our days together to be of some sustenance for the road ahead. I hope we'll all commit to supporting each other, pushing each other forward as we enter our second decade. Please share the content from this week with your friends, allies, reformers in your countries, and please, please commit to take forward action, concrete actions that will turn these global conversations into real results in 2022 and beyond. So that in a decade's time, we can look back at this moment and say, yes, we rose to the challenge. We met the promise of that remarkable opportunity by what we did next. I, for one, cannot wait to see what's to come. Thank you, thank you, thank you, and goodbye, everyone. Back to the MC.
Well, thank you once again, Shreya, and all of the speakers for discussing the future of open government partnership. And next, on the behalf of the government of the Republic of Korea, Prime Minister Kim Bu-kyum will deliver his closing remarks.
Members of civil society and governments from around the world, it is a pleasure to greet you all. I am Kim Bu-kyum, Prime Minister of the Republic of Korea. I would like to extend my sincerest congratulations to all of you on the successful close of the 2021 Open Government Partnership Global Summit. As the chair of this global summit, the Republic of Korea is extremely pleased to have hosted this gathering and also commemorate the 10th anniversary of the launch of the OGP. I would like to take this moment to thank Minister Jeon Hae-chul of the Interior of the Republic of Korea, Maria Baron, co-chair of the OGP, and Sanjay Pradhan, CEO of the OGP, for organizing this event so successfully despite the COVID-19 crisis. Above all, I would like to extend my gratitude and deepest encouragement to the representatives of governments, civil society organizations, and international organizations around the world who have shared with us their valuable wisdom and passion for the last 3 days. Distinguished guests, when former US President Barack Obama launched the Open Government Partnership 10 years ago, he presented the goal of governments for the people, of the people, and by the people. To achieve this goal, the foremost priority is to guarantee the transparency of public information to the citizens and to civil society. Particularly in the digital era, the issue of transparent disclosure and use of data that is being produced by the public sector have become singularly important. Governments should not monopolize this data, but seek to open it to the public so that it can be integrated with information from the private sector and be met with the unique ideas from citizens to create more creative and more user-friendly policies. Governments that seek to be for the people must also firmly cut the cycle of corruption. Citizens must participate and monitor the process so that loopholes and foul play cannot take down any roots. Only when dishonesty and corruption are eradicated can everyone be free from discrimination and marginalization. I hope that all the governments and civil society organizations participating in this global summit will once again reaffirm this founding spirit of the OGP. Distinguished guests from governments and civil society organizations around the world. As humanity seeks to return to life as we knew it, we are facing yet another grave challenge. The new COVID-19 virus, Omicron, is rapidly spreading across the world, especially targeting those countries with low vaccination rates. It is here that once again we are faced with a lesson that the global community is closely connected, meaning that if we cannot recover together, then no single person is safe. By sharing vaccines and therapeutics and supporting the medical systems of least developed nations, all of us can return to safe, everyday lives on the basis of an inclusive recovery. To support the world's inclusive recovery and inclusive leap forward, the government of the Republic of Korea will be a partner to the OGP until the very end. Once again, congratulations on the 10th anniversary of the launch of the Open Government Partnership and the successful close of the 2021 OGP Global Summit. Thank you very much for your hard work.
Thank you for your kind remarks, Prime Minister. And finally, we have a celebratory performance to commemorate the successful hosting of the 2021 OGP Global Summit. So please welcome, with a big round of applause, Korea's iconic female singer, Park Ki-young.
so weary when troubles come and my heart pretend to beat. Then I am still and wait here in the silence until you come and sit a while with me. You raise me up so I can stand the mountains. You raise me up to walk on stormy seas. I am strong and I am on your shoulder. You raise me up to more than I can You raise me up so I can stand the mountains. You raise me up to walk on stormy seas. I am strong when I am on your shoulders. You raise me up to more than I can. You raise me up so I can stand the mountains. You raise me up to walk on stormy seas. I am strong when I am on your shoulders. You raise me up to more than I can be. You raise me up so I can stand the mountains. You raise me up to walk on stormy seas. I am strong and I am on your shoulders. You raise me up to more than I can be. You raise me up to more than I can
Thank you, distinguished guests. And this concludes the 2021 OGP Global Summit. Thank you once again for your participation, interest, and commitment to open government. And I hope that COVID-19 will be tamed sooner or later so that we can meet and discuss in person in the near future. In the meantime, please do stay safe and healthy. But for now, I say goodbye. Thank you very much.